Okay, good evening. The regular meeting of the City Commission for Tuesday, December 10th will come to order. Please silence your cell phones. City Clerk, if you would call the roll, please.
Mayor Owen.
Here.
Vice Mayor Colodi.
Here.
Commissioner Hartman.
Here.
Commissioner McGurk.
Here.
Commissioner Sacks.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, if you would join us and stand, we'll have Police Department Chaplain Kelvin Davis, I think he's back there somewhere. He'll give the invocation. If you'd remain standing after for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Can we all bow our heads? Thank you. Oh, Father, we come to you. We thank you right now for this day. We thank you for all that are here in this meeting, Lord. We ask that you bless us, that we might come on one accord, Lord. We ask that you bless the leaders, that you give them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, God. We ask that all come together as one people in this community. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Staff, any changes?
No
Khaled?
changes, sir.
No changes to the agenda. All right, we've got a couple of presentations tonight. First up will be a presentation by Mr. Dave Randall and perhaps others from Blue Community Group. And as a quick preview on this one, and they'll probably cover some, but this is something that's been I encouraged actually to bring back to the commission for consideration. You know, this is community. It's a very environmentally focused, environmentally forward. We've tried to be environmentally progressive. But one thing I felt that we've lacked is a program or something to kind of bring it all together. We've had a lot of disparate initiatives, so I was looking for something to kind of a framework that we can define success and then work towards a cohesive success. It won't be perfect. Nothing will be perfect in this space, but the goal is just to start somewhere and try to bring a framework. So that's what I think we'll hear from those that are going to present tonight. So Debbie.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. No, I'm not Dr. Randall, but I'll just take a few seconds just to introduce him. But I wanted to lead off tonight and just let you know that your destination and your marketing bureau won the Henry at the Visit Florida Governor's Conference in November. And we're the first award winner in the sustainable tourism category. So we submitted all the submissions from the Merritt Spring Hill Suites, Marine Discovery Center, and Third Wave Cafe with their certification in the Blue Community Program. So I just wanted to let you know that people are noticing across the state, and Visit Florida is very interested in rolling this out in many communities. So I wanted to say that this is a really unique proposition, and I'm so blessed that you guys are all very supportive of sustainable actions. We've got a great destination here. We want to definitely protect it. So without further ado, I wanted to thank you and also introduce Dr. Dave Randall, who has worn many hats. He can tell you many stories. He's just so passionate about sustainable tourism. And he's worked with the One Planet Living, Ben Gill, over in the UK in Geneva, and also the UN and all their sustainable programs. So I'm going to turn it over to him and let him present, but just know that we're here to help, and we've got a good program going. So.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, Debbie. It's very exciting to see New Smyrna get this well-deserved reward. Mr. Mayor, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, it's really my pleasure on behalf of the Blue community to come here tonight to invite you to become the first city in the United Nations Sustainable Tourism Observatory Network to be recognized as a Blue Community One Planet Living city. And I want to share a little bit of some of the value of that, not just the marketing value, which is huge internationally, but also why this framework is a meaningful thing. But first, let me pause to acknowledge today is Human Rights Day. And in the UN, we always want to recognize that day whenever we go anywhere. And there is a strong relationship, we know, to tourism, what kind of suppliers we have, trafficking issues and so forth affect tourism as well. But our start in the Blue community really happened in a project in collaboration with Walt Disney World, with the Disney Animal Science and Environment team, where we were talking about the vision of Epcot to become a city that would share all of the best technologies in the the city that you see in this picture never happened. Instead, a theme park happened. But the theme park still has been able to share some of those values and technologies, and I think we can do that with tourism, maybe with a little help from Tink and Pixie Dust to do that as well. We then got to work with Disney and Bioregional in a project in Paris that the United Nations Environment Program recognizes the most sustainable tourism resort in the world. And there are many reasons that happened, from their geothermal solar integration, so they actually produce more renewable energy than they actually use, so they have a net carbon loss, not a net carbon zero. Their sustainable food programs, never taking water out of aquifers, and so forth. And at that program, Bioregional, it's One Planet Living framework that was used in this process, and our certification that was used to verify what the UN said they were, we met and decided, wouldn't it be nice if we put these two systems together and developed a new program taking the best of both areas? So this is the inauguration, a little bit of what it looks like at Villages Nature. Do we have sound with that, or no? No sound. Okay, well, I'm not going to sing, but the resort, you can see, is very beautiful. The centerpiece is the water park, and they launched this being labeled, as I said, the most sustainable tourism resort in the world, and yet nobody had any reason to verify that. And so they came to us and said, would you use your new certification program to verify that we really are at a high level? And we did a program looking at top resorts in Chile and Jamaica and the United States, and this one in France, and yes, indeed, they did come out at the top. But from there, we developed a new program for coastal resiliency using the Sendai framework. And the Sendai framework shifted the thinking within the global community. We can no longer afford to respond to crises like hurricanes or tornadoes or fires or whatever is coming from the changes in our world. We have to prepare by being more resilient. And so that's now the emphasis for that. And so to be sustainable and resilient, we also need to think, what does that mean? We've discarded the old model of trying to balance the economy and the social and the environmental. I learned years ago when I was the environmental coordinator for the Pitkin County Commissioners in Colorado that, and that's where Aspen and Snowmass ski areas are, that we can have all the balance we want, and we had really good balance, but without that snow, we had nothing. And so without the nature that brought people there, we really didn't have anything. So the biosphere, the natural systems, really have to be the foundation for sustainability. And then our society builds justly upon that, and then we can create our economy from that perspective. And the UN SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, are using the same process. Our process is also rooted in the science of planetary boundaries. I'm not going to go into all of those, but let me just say that we all know about climate change, but we may not know that science has identified 8 other issues that could change the planet as we know it, and we need to address those concerns as well. This is the area of New Smyrna Beach. As Daytona, they didn't have one specifically for New Smyrna, but you can see how the number of days 50 years ago, only 78 days of 90 degrees happened in this area. Today it's 102. And the projection in 20 years it'll be 121. And this is going to change the whole impact for tourism and everything else in our economy. Another example that by 2050, if we don't do something about plastics, we're going to have more plastic by weight than we do fish in the oceans. How serious that is. So our Blue Community model uses the 4 pillars of the Global Sustainable Tourism Council of management and social and cultural and environmental, and we couple that with just social structures, and we use our Blue Community strategies within the limitations of those 9 planetary boundaries. And the One Planet Living Framework has identified 10 principles that if you follow within this framework, you can reduce your ecological footprint. If everybody lives like the average European, where Village's Nature was built, you would need 3 planets of resources to sustain that lifestyle. They succeeded in getting this award as the most sustainable resort in the world because they designed, built, and operate that resort with equivalent resources of only 1 planet. And in the United States and Canada, you would need 5 planets of resources for the lifestyles we have here. And you can see that we have many issues in the world. Nobody is doing very well in reaching that 1 planet level. The strategies we developed, we did with the Walt Disney Animal Science Environment Team for coastal resiliency, and those are part of our process as well. And with New Smyrna being a coastal community, that is what we do. So in our pilot project, the Third Wave, the Spring Hills Suites, the Marine Discovery Center, all created their own sustainability management plans, interlinking these 10 principles and 12 strategies together. And we did the same thing in Anna Marie Island. And New Smyrna came out scoring very high in all of those areas. The Third Wave for sustainable seafood, and the Sandbar was the counterpart, Marine Discovery Center here. And, you know, I love that hotels have part of their mission to make their employees and their guests more happy and more well. That they think about the local food sources in their breakfast bars and the water restriction areas, and giving back to the community in the case of Spring Hills through the fundraisers for the hospitals and the Marine Discovery Center and building the amphitheater and promoting preservation, restoration, conservation, education. And the Third Wave through their sustainable seafood leadership in local food sourcing, and the city itself having a clean marina. We use also the United Nations required metrics for the International Network for Sustainable Tourism Observatories and our own metrics for coastal habitat, marine environment. We report those at the UN, and examples like this, the High-Level Political Forum, and also in Madrid, Spain, the annual meeting of the observatories from around the world. And these are some of the educational resources we have with universities and nonprofits to support our efforts. So with that, I would like to just say, with 1 minute left, that this is an opportunity to enhance your leadership. And I don't say to be a leader, because you're already a leader. You're the first community in the observatory to finish the research part that is obligated, and we will present that this year in a report, and along with your pilot project that you successfully did here, New Smyrna is going to shine higher than any of the other 12 communities in the Blue Community Observatory already. But this is a chance to be the first to take the next step for that kind of recognition, doing this on a community-wide basis. So any questions or comments? I'll stop here.
All right. Thank you for that presentation and all you do for us and so many others around the globe. So gentlemen, tonight really we can move forward, or we can just, this can be the start of the discussion. Again, this is really just meant to get this in front of us as a group so we can start that discussion. Obviously, he didn't go through it, but in our agenda package was some detailed about exactly what that would mean for New Smyrna, what the lift is in New Smyrna, the different phasing, and the related budget, which is frankly de minimis. So with that, I'll open it. Any comments or questions from the commission of Dr. Randall or staff on this item? Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you for coming. I saw your presentation a month or two ago at the Brandon Center, and very impressive. Appreciate you recognizing some of the businesses in the town that have done that and participated. So, I'm certainly interested in looking forward and moving forward in any way we can that makes sense. So I'm certainly willing to move forward, Mayor.
Okay. Other comments or questions? Vice Mayor.
Very nice presentation. and I like the subject matter. I like that we're moving forward ourselves, and it would be great to partner with you to see if there's any other specific things that we can do for all of our citizens.
You know, I think it's, sometimes when we live in a community, we don't see the strengths that other people see. But I've had the opportunity this last year to present this pilot project at the UN Civil Society Conference with 5,000 people, and New Smyrna stood out as one of the highlight presentations. In fact, it was rated the #1 presentation at that whole UN forum, primarily because of the good work that you do. I was in Cuba a week ago and presented at an economics finance management conference. They're looking at sustainability from an economic finance perspective, and the Anna Marie Island is shared already that they would help them with their food model. But when they saw what you were doing here in New Smyrna, they said, well, New Smyrna, help us too. You know, they saw already that you guys were doing some incredible things. And when we presented this in other UN conferences up in New York, we got the same kind of reaction. There's just a real magic about this this town and what you guys are doing. I just hope you appreciate it as much as many in the world are starting to see your leadership.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments? So I guess do we want to take a motion to give some staff some direction to proceed with this?
Yeah. Would be good.
Okay. So I have a motion on this item.
Make that motion.
Second.
Okay, so it's a motion just for clarity to authorize staff to move forward working with Blue Community as outlined in the agenda package. And hopefully achieve, Dr. Rand, I meant to grab you before you sit down. Will we still be, I noticed in some of the language, I noticed City of Orlando was called out a few times. It looks like you maybe have given the same presentation. I hope not to them, because I want to be first. Are we still going to be first?
The City of Orlando is committed to doing this, but they won't start until late January at the earliest, so you can still be first.
Okay, all right. I support this if we're first. I said this to Dr. Randall when we first met. I truly believe there's a first mover advantage in this from a tourism standpoint and others. I think if you're second, you might as well be last. Not that we shouldn't do it for all the other reasons, but I want to do it for many reasons. And the economic impact of this will be great. So we had a motion, we had a second. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. Yeah. All right. I hate to make you follow that, but next presentation up, also a great topic, I think. A lot of support from the community. Presentation by some citizens on the Riverside Garden District. So we'll turn it over to you all.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. I'm Sally Gillespie. I live at 610 North Peninsula. I am here. I'm not Deb Exum, incidentally. I am here, however, because what Deb Exum is doing is so consistent with a group with which many of you know I have been long involved, the Residents Coalition. And our mission is historic preservation because indeed we see, Dr. Randall, historic preservation as a critical element in sustainability. Certainly, we built in another era with good setbacks, low densities, and consistency of heights for small communities. And that's what we do want to preserve in New Smyrna Beach and is part of our attraction, a large part of our attraction. However, the secret, Dr. Randall, for New Smyrna's success is with our leadership and with the citizens who support that leadership. Deb is an example of one of many who have come forward as a grassroots organizer and said, we love our neighborhood and we want to keep it. The first in modern times was the West Side Historic District. And they not only branded their neighborhood, but came up with a development plan to keep it historic. That was followed by Coronado Island. Those residents did not feel that North Causeway was a good image for their lovely neighborhood. So it became Coronado Island. And now we have Deb Denny's, I'm sure Deb Denny's won't mind being linked with his, I think she is in fact chairing for the county the historic preservation area. But Deb Exum is typical of the citizen who just gets passionate about an issue, and particularly a neighborhood issue. I think you'll really appreciate her presentation, and I hope you will look as favorably upon it as you did Dr. Randall's, which incidentally I think is terrific. Thank you, and Deb Exum.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor Owen. Good to see everyone tonight, and we appreciate you being here for the presentation. So we have an initiative that we would like you to consider and hopefully approve, and that is what we got together as a neighborhood and decided we'd like to give our neighborhood a great name. We want to brand it. We are not technically part of the historic district per se. So we lie in what is the historic overlay and wanted to give a terrific brand, and more than that, really wanted to create a sense of neighborly unity. So we have given ourselves the name the Riverside Garden District, and I'm going to move to the next slide here. There we go. So we've come up with a mission statement. Our mission statement is that the Riverside Garden District will serve to preserve the legacy of our historic neighborhood, expand on the natural beauty of the area, and instill a sense of pride and belonging. Our vision statement ties in beautifully with Dr. Randall's presentation. Riverside Garden District is an ongoing grassroots effort of neighbors working collectively to create a buffer to the historic district with beautification and signage while supporting Blue community initiatives. We have put together a very wonderful committee made up of neighbors who have worked tirelessly along with me to make this happen. If our RGD neighbors and committee members wouldn't mind standing up so you can be recognized, we'd appreciate it. Quite a few of them here tonight. Diane Bean. So that is our branding committee. So far, we have accomplished forming a steering committee. We have created our vision and mission statements. We have met with the neighborhood council to present this idea and received unanimous support for the Riverside Garden District. We have developed strategic partnerships. We've talked with Lindley's and other folks such as master gardeners in the area that actually need to put in hours and might help us with the median. So any resources that we can get from the community are always terrific. We have resurrected our neighborhood watch program that had kind of fallen by the wayside a bit, so that's been resurrected. And we actually got together for the holidays and created Christmas balls that we're putting around the neighborhood and just really making it more beautiful. And we are wanting to do neighborhood gatherings on a regular basis, which we also accomplished. We got our entire Riverside Garden District together. Commissioner Colodi attended, which we very much appreciate, as did Sally Gillespie. The Riverside Garden District came out of a thought from New Orleans, so it might sound familiar, Riverside Garden District. It's not new, the branding idea, but ours was born out of just the sense of we want people, not only in our community, but if people are considering moving here, it's got a nice ring to it, and it speaks to what we are. So to give you a little backdrop, as many of you may know, Connor is Ronick spelled backwards. We have Ronick Street. Connor grew his own vineyards, made wine in the area, grew extensive gardens, planted palms. So the name Riverside Garden District really ties into the history of this particular neighborhood. Our vibe is natural, friendly, and eclectic, and we're known for oak canopies, gardens, and the historic gateway to New Smyrna Beach. At one time, there was not a Dixie Freeway or US 1. Faulkner was the lead-in gateway to downtown New Smyrna Beach. This is what the garden looked like in 1887. This was the home of Washington Connor. I always used to think Washington Street was named after President Washington, and it turned out it's actually named after Washington Connor. And I think perhaps when he grew his vineyards and he imbibed in the wine, that's how Connor got turned into Ronick, spelled backwards. What we would like to do is create signage for the entrances. So here's an example of something that looks historic. We are right now designating a Phase 1, which I'll show you in just a moment. But this is something of a vision that we have for the median or the boulevard for North Riverside Drive. And what we'd like to do for the Blue sustainability efforts is, plant drought-resistant plants that are beautiful, that require low maintenance, but really make that a wow factor. So that's something we would like some support from the city regarding that. If you look at this map, you'll see that this is where we are starting with Phase 1. This will be a historic buffer to the historic district. This is actually a historic overlay. We want to start from Faulkner over to Riverside Drive. We did the math. There's about 170 homes total, all the way down to Tanglewood. So we want to start small, really vet, get sponsors, and work out best practices. And once we do that, we're going to move to Phase 2, which will encompass the Garden District up to Tanglewood. Diane Bean is sitting in the audience. Diane lives north of Wayne Avenue and has already volunteered to spearhead our Phase 2 initiative. So, the question always is maintenance. So we're, again, looking at low maintenance plants. We are looking at neighborhood volunteers, and we have many of them, as you've already seen in the audience, that are very enthusiastic about really beautifying our neighborhood. And we are also going to tap into some of the student programs at the high school where they need hours to do community service. And there's also master gardeners, as I mentioned, that need hours. Potential volunteers and sponsors would be willing to help us. Some of those might be businesses and the News Journal, and so forth. Potential funding sources, these are just a few gardening initiatives throughout the country that do support nonprofit, which is what we're trying to do for neighborhoods. So we would be tapping into that. Pam has a lot of experience with getting grants, as does Susan Ward, and I know that they're willing to try to work with some of these organizations. And also what we'd like to do annually is give awards and designations, really incentivize our neighbors to, beautify their yard, be part of this initiative, and be part of our community. Community engagement would involve Seeds for Sustainability. We would like to have a Garden Dignity Day, or maybe we help an elderly neighbor that can't help themselves, so we'll help them with plantings, maybe cleaning up their yard. Those sorts of initiatives, and again, the annual awards ceremony. We'd also like to have a picnic for the entire neighborhood so that people can get to know each other, get to know their neighbors. Riverside District goals. We want to make sure that branding will not impact existing zones or the historic overlay, that the Riverside Garden District remain independent of the NSB Canal Street Historic District with homeowner rights protected. We want to support neighborhood compatibility and preservation, foster beautification through gardens, trees, and replacing trees that maybe have fallen through storms, and eloquently buffer the Canal Street Historic District. So what is our ask of the City Commission? We would ask that you waive the license easement agreement for signs. We would, ask that we not be charged that because we're trying to beautify the city. We would like your permission to landscape the boulevard. We would like you to consider beautification grants if they are in fact available. We would ask that you allow us or talk with the city about adding electrical outlets to the median so that during Christmas that we could put up lights, that sort of thing, and really beautify that median, which again is a gateway to our city. I think it would really enhance the gateway to the historic district as well. And again, continue maintenance of the boulevard, which is currently taken care of by the city. We would ask that that maintenance be continued once the landscaping is completed.
Okay.
Any questions?
Thank you for that presentation. Thank you to all of you all who have been working on this and to bring this forward. And any questions or comments from the commission on this item? Vice Mayor, yeah, you were a part of it.
Well, I'm not part of
In
it.
the
I
meeting,
did go to their
yeah.
first gathering.
Yeah.
I would like to see something like this move forward. However, I would like to see it move forward through the neighborhood council. Right now, there's the Faulkner District, which is neighborhood number 10, which is the exact limits of what you're proposing for Phase 1 and Phase 2. As a little background, I'm in the Coronado Island District, which we worked very hard to come up with some goals and some requests from the city, and it was a very formalized way to do it. It's actually in our land development regulations as to how that would move forward. I don't think we have to set up a whole new process for neighborhoods when we have one. It doesn't mean you couldn't move forward in phases. It just means that you would have to establish basically what you have and write it within our codes and work with the neighborhood council. They would support you 100%, I'm sure.
And they have. They were unanimous
Yes,
in supporting
and
this initiative.
I would just like to move forward in that direction.
I just need some clarity on that. I don't, when you say work with the neighborhood council, like on these specific ask of the commission, Kelly, can you just put back that last slide you had, that ask of the commission? My understanding, I mean, the neighborhood council can't do most of these, although I do know they talked about the beautification grants, and I don't know where that landed, but I listened in on one meeting where they talked about that and some of the challenges with that, frankly. So, but I feel like we have to make a decision on some of these items. Are you saying we delegate all that to the neighborhood council, or?
Neighborhood council would listen, would work with them, would come up with a program, it would be presented to us, and actually included in our codes at that point.
Presented to us by the neighborhood council?
Or by them directly. I don't recall exactly the format that we moved forward when we changed from North Causeway to Coronado Island. However, it is city property, it's our neighborhood plan, and we should work through that. So perhaps our staff could look back and find out how we actually accomplished it, but it's worked out very well.
Okay. Other comments or questions of the presenter or among ourselves?
Just a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Sachs, yes.
Ms. Exum, I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because I can tell that you and your group love the city and your area. I think you might set a great example for other parts of New Smyrna Beach. You're looking at it holistically, I believe, and I definitely support, as far as I can, the money part. We'll have to talk, but when you go outside of your homes and you look at the easements and the areas that you front, if you want to beautify them and with a theme and everybody organized together, block parties, all of that is really great to bring the community together. And I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner
Thank you,
McGurk.
Mayor. Hi.
Hi.
I think it's wonderful. I think this is expected and it's going to become the norm. And I love the fact that you're doing this. You're doing it classy. You're doing it like you should. And I think it's going to bring tremendous value to not only your neighborhood, but for the community as a whole.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
I also could support this, but I'm a little taken back because at the neighborhood council, when you presented it, you included the entire district at that time, and now you've shrunk it down.
Sure. Yeah, I can address that.
Okay.
So what happened was there was some back and forth. We met with the city planning staff, kind of looked at borders and boundaries, and as all of you know, probably all too well, there's a lot of different maps that show different things. There's historic overlays, et cetera. So this is twofold. Neighborhood 10 is the Faulkner neighborhood, but does not include from Washington to Ronick. It's in Faulkner neighborhood, but that's technically part of the Canal Street Historic District. From Ronick up to Wayne and beyond to Tanglewood, we don't really have a name other than Faulkner, which, part of the branding initiative is to give a beautiful name so that other folks from out of the area can see that we live in the Riverside Garden District. We also looked at the fact that we're just launching this. This is a brand new initiative, and we really want to do it right, and we want to start as a pilot, if you will, and we felt it was more manageable. We have 40 homes within our area from Ronick to Wayne, from Faulkner over to Riverside, believe it or not, and we have a committee of 5 people. So it's a bandwidth issue. So what we determined was we would roll this out in stages. We would try to determine best practices, who the sponsors might be, how the city might be willing to work with us along with the neighborhood council, and then roll it out into phase 2 by 2021. Diane Bean, who's sitting in the audience here, has already volunteered to roll out and be the next committee chair for phase 2, and then take on the next chunk of homes further north of Wayne Avenue. So we just want to roll it out and do it right, and do it small, and then let it expand from there.
So I certainly could support this, and it worked really well in the city I used to live in. And actually, there was competition among the neighborhoods, to who could do a better job.
We're hoping for that.
Yes, and so certainly, but I really would like to have more information, more specifics, number of electrical outlets, things like that. That's going to be the dollars and cents, and preferably before the budget cycle starts in April, so that we could look at maybe budgeting something for that in the future, and roll out neighborhood grants or something like that. It worked really well in Orlando, and it really got a lot of community support. Even got a lot of support from all other different organizations. The labor unions and stuff were involved in certain neighborhoods. So I think it certainly is doable. But along with Commissioner Colodi, I think it should be done through the neighborhood council, because I would see that more as the governing body to bring to us, so that we're not inundated with every neighborhood within the city, so that they could focus their attention and the efforts and bring it that way. So,
Understood. Now, if we're going to submit a proposal, for example, on how many electrical outlets we would like, what type of sustainable plants that we would like to plant, we can certainly do the research on those numbers to the best of our ability, what those costs might be, submit a proposal. Now, you're suggesting that would be approved by the neighborhood council, or would go through them first and then they would submit it to, because I feel like that's probably going to be a commission approved
that would have to be commission
budget, right?
Yeah.
So is the process to then go through the neighborhood council first, and then they give you our proposal? I'm not clear on that process.
So let's have some more discussion up here, and then we'll try to tighten that up. So real quick, my comments on this, again, to echo everyone else. I mean, I think, what makes New Smyrna unique, I've talked about this at different times, is what gives us a special sense of place. It's not just our brick and mortar We do have some great places, but it's the people that make a place unique, and it's people that have a pride in the city they live in, and then this is kind of a microcosm of that, a pride in a particular neighborhood, and that's what makes neighborhoods special and unique. So fully supportive of this, specifically the ask you have in front of us here. I could support the waiver of the license agreement. I can support giving the permission as long as that's done within, in coordination with the city staff, so that we have some input and involvement along there, so that it works. Because it's linked to that bottom item that I also support, is that once you do it, we can maintain it if it's been done to our standards and to our liking. So I could support all of those. Beautification grants, I think that's a broader conversation to have. And again, I know the neighborhood council kicked that off some time back. I don't know where that landed, but I would like some more input on that. And the electrical outlets, I think we just need more information on the cost, and maybe that's an area where some of the a slide or two back you talked about some potential funding sources. I think that's where that could come into play, but we just need to understand what that lift is before we go. So I think there's some things we can move forward quickly on, and then some that probably could come back. But I want to go back to this notion of the neighborhood councils involvement, because I've heard that now from two of you. I think we just need to give clarity to staff from us on, are we authorizing, and we may need to have a broader conversation than tonight, but are we authorizing the neighborhood council to, does all of this go to them and then they bring us back the proposal, or can they approve the waiver of licensing? Maybe they can't approve that. So, Vice Mayor, what were your thoughts?
Well, basically, through the neighborhood council, they would establish the parameters as to what has to be done and how the district would work. They are not going to bring forth the individual plans that you would, and you could approach a city. They're establishing it in our ordinances with our agreement as to exactly what the city would go forward. They would look at the outlets for lighting, the maintenance, that type of thing. Neighborhood council would establish the basics, the parameter as to what would go into the district. I'd be more than happy to pull out our land use codes and our ordinances and show you specifically what was included in the Coronado Island plan.
That would be great.
And part of that plan would be the name change.
Sure,
You know, this, yours is just one thing.
Yep, sure.
Your district is unique in that it literally falls in 3 separate zones. You have 3 of us to deal with, and to get help from. So whichever way you want to look at it, the neighborhood council, I think, should be the driving force, and it should go through that. And our staff will direct us, I'm sure, as to which way to implement it.
Okay. I'd like to move on from this item, so just if we have some clarity. I've made it clear what I would support on this. I'll give deference to my fellow commissioner on, if he seems to have been through this process before, so if he can help provide some guidance maybe to staff via a motion, I would give deference to that.
I'd like to make the motion to
Sure.
support the Riverside Garden District.
Second.
Okay.
We
So I mean, that's a broad motion. We got it.
Yes,
It's as presented. I mean, what else do we
well-
want to add on that?
I don't know how much more language I'd like to include, but baby steps is where I'd like to go with this. The costs are, of course, tantamount, but other than that, it brings the community together, beautifies a fabulous community, examples, it's all good.
Yeah.
So
No, I think we're all in agreement on that. It's
Simple motion.
it's the how we get there.
well,
So,
if you need more specific language, maybe someone can second with that.
Okay, it's been seconded.
We have-
I'm going to
we have a
withdraw
second.
my second.
all right. Yeah.
I would
Okay,
sig-
hang on. We got a motion on the table. Second has been withdrawn. Anybody else second that motion?
second for discussion.
Second for discussion. All right.
I would simply propose to amend it to support the concept of the district, and then we can work out the details later.
Okay. I would like to give staff, whoever makes the motion, I'd like to give staff some direction on that, working out the concept. What are the next 2 steps they need to take so that they can run with something? So I think that needs to be in the motion But so,
Accept that amendment as a second.
And I would gladly accept that amendment. Again, baby steps. Let's figure out how we want to form this. I think in concept, it's a fabulous idea. Again, the details we can work out. So you need a formal motion more than that.
I mean, we have asked in front of
Suggestion,
us.
why
So
doesn't the vice mayor make the motion?
Yeah.
Because he
And I'll
seems to
second.
understand the
that's what I was driving at. So, all right.
He would like.
We had a motion and a second on the table. Can we let's withdraw that motion. I propose the vice mayor make a motion to give some clear direction to staff on this. You've heard what and we all support it. It's just how do we move forward from here?
I make a motion that we support the concept of the Garden District within the parameters of working with the neighborhood council and giving staff direction to assist in that endeavor.
And I will second that motion.
Okay,
Can I make a suggestion?
sure.
I think if you approve this in concept, with the idea that the staff works with them, coming back to you with the cost, because there is costs
Yeah.
involved with this.
Unknown cost at
And
this point.
so
Yeah.
I think you approve the concept
Okay.
and then work with the staff, come back to you probably in January with some cost and estimates on the items that they're requesting.
Okay. All right. I like that suggestion. I think that's where we landed. I will say on my part, I will give deference to Commissioner Colodi even to work with staff and the neighborhood council on, trying to push this forward based on your experiences. I've made it clear what I support. I'm not saying I don't support even anything monetarily, but I'd say we just need more information on that. So we had a motion and a second. Just to be real clear on that, so did you withdraw your previous motion? Do you agree to
Yes,
withdraw your
that's
previous
fine.
motion? All right.
Vice
So-
Mayor Colodi can make that motion.
So we had a motion and a second by the vice mayor. Do we have clarity on that motion? Everybody clear? No. All right, it was to support the concept,
Concept,
ask staff, neighborhood council to basically work through the details. Nothing budget-wise we've approved nothing budget-wise.
come back sometime after the first of the year. I'm good.
Okay,
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
all right. We're going to take a vote on this real quick.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Colodi?
Premature
Yes.
celebration.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you for your patience working through that. It's the beauty of sunshine. Sometimes you get to see the sausage made. All right. Next item up, public participation. This is your chance to address the commission on any city business on the agenda or otherwise. For items on the consent agenda, items under 7, administrative items, new business. This is your chance to speak on those. Items under second readings and public hearings, section 8. You'll be able to speak to those items at that time. So anything elsewhere on the agenda now is your chance to speak. If you would please come forward. Give your name and address. Please limit yourself to the 3 minutes. While the first speaker's coming, just real quick, just want to point out for public record, we did receive one email public participation comment that will be in the meeting minutes. Yes, ma'am, you're up.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Kathy. I live on 918 Magnolia Street, and I just wanted to thank you very much for my stop sign. It's working wonders, and I'm just very grateful for all that you did.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Anne Kemp. I live at 223 Crawford Road, and I'm here to present a little city, little town in France called Allanche, Allanche. I sent an email to everybody yesterday, but sorry, I just went to carpal tunnel and I haven't had time to type. Anyway, I live in New Smyrna Beach since 2012. I came to live with my husband, Richard Kemp, and about 3 years ago, we decided to buy a little pied-à-terre, a foot on the ground in France, and we picked a little village in the middle, as what we say, nowhere. It's 5 hours from Paris, it's 5 hours from the east border, 5 hours from the west coast, and about 3 to 4 hours to the south. but it's a very special area, and we are talking about green nature and everything. It's exactly what it is. It has historical places, but it has also hot springs, mineral water sources, castles, and we believe that the village was built in the Middle Age period. It's a rural area with cows, and cows have bells, so you can hear them ringing in the mountains. Most activities, hiking, skiing, bicycling. The Tour de France goes by very close. There's cascades, rivers with crawfish and trouts. It's 850 inhabitants. There's a creamer, a baker, butcher, little supermarket, market once a week and twice a week during the summer. We have had friends from New Smyrna Beach visiting us, and since they bought property, we have other friends who are buying or thinking of buying pretty soon. And it is not Paris. This is really situated in the middle of an official volcanic national park from France. And the mayor of that little city asked me to represent their village tonight and suggest to be a twin city. I don't know exactly what twinning could bring, maybe exchange of sports activity. There's a lot of hiking and in the mountains, but maybe there's also middle school and high school, so exchange of kids. France is not only Paris like the United States, it's not only New York or Washington. So it's a good way to travel and exchange culture and diversity.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for being here and being a New Smyrna resident and bringing some friends over. And we just went through this actually with a city in Greece, wasn't it? It was New Smyrna in Greece, where it was a sister city relationship, right? We didn't do twinning, but I think it's kind of the same concept. So, it's something that I think is neat. I think there's kind of no downsides to it. There's no cost that I know of. So, any objections to having staff look at this, commissioners? Any objections?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. We'll have staff connect with you. If you grab on the right in front of you one of those business cards for either the clerk or the city manager, and shoot an email to one of them, and they'll connect with you and work through some details. We'll do something formal for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any others wish to come forward?
Randy Herman, 108 Esther Street. Good evening. Just a couple comments. I would like to, as chair of the Neighborhood Council, like to support the Garden District Initiative, and glad that you all have voted to support it. And I'm glad you started talking about some of the finer details. As the Neighborhood Council now operates, we can only recommend, and so when it comes into actual financial considerations and/or land designation changes, I think we do need a process so that we don't complicate. If a neighborhood comes and we think it's a good plan and there's good organic energy and it meets a lot of the requirements that we think fulfills what the neighborhood council is about, we will need a process then, because I do think there's going to be costs involved as she's raised. It may even be minor, and then it needs to be, as I think Mr. Hartman brought up, the issue of the budget cycle and when does that come in. So I hope we can develop that kind of thing so we don't end up in any way squashing these good initiatives. But I also concur with Commissioner Colodey's concern that I hope that they will do Phase 2 and expand that boundary to include all of the Faulkner boundary designated by the city, because one of the other things that this neighborhood council is about is making sure that neighborhoods are inclusive, not exclusive, and I think the more we can get involvement in those designated areas, the better for all of us. The only other thing I'd like to mention was recently the news covered the yearly evaluation at the county level, and I was struck by the lack of transparency and the lack of any kind of written evaluation. And I would just like to really praise all of you for creating a very excellent evaluation system for our city manager, our city attorney, and our city clerk. I think it's a step forward for our city, and if it's, to me, it's part of the blue movement. The more we can make things clear and honest and open and make sure the standards that we expect are clear for the applicant and for the city, I just think it's a great step forward, and I think we should all be proud of what you all did in our city. And last, you have your strategic planning meeting coming up on Thursday. One of the things I'm aware of is the huge amount of data and information that seems to be flowing even more so in our city with more meetings, more commissions. Establishing some form of metric system that we can begin to cipher and understand all this data in better ways. So I would urge you in your strategic planning on Thursday to ensure we can develop something that helps us citizens, us staff, and you all get through all that data. So, yeah. And last but not least, I wish you all a good holiday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Shai. Come forward. You were there. Very festive tonight.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
First of all, I would like to say thank you for your traffic measuring equipment that you put out in front of my house on Washington Street. I'm very anxious to see what those numbers look like, and hopefully we'll have some traffic calming measures very soon in that area. So I definitely appreciate that, just to see some activity. On to another note, as you all know, I've come to you all individually about issues that I've had in the community over the past decade. Well, I'm back again with more issues. And I might go over my 3 minutes, so is that okay? Yeah, I'll be brief.
Within reason, that would be.
Okay, great.
Yep. You've never asked for that before, so we'll give you.
So on December 6th, I received an email from Reggie Beverly, which I thought was the director of programs at the Babe James Community Center, saying, per your MOU, you are scheduled to be at Babe James Center Monday and Fridays from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Please do not schedule to meet your participants and or their parents at Babe James Center anytime other than your scheduled time to be in the building. And then I found out that his title is now Babe James Program Coordinator. Now, where this comes from is because on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I have my Happy Steppers dance team practice. On Mondays and Fridays from 5 to 7 at Babe James Center, and on Wednesdays at Pettis Park. I had a meeting with the city manager and also Nancy Maddox, stating that once the time changed, because of course it would be nighttime, and that the weather became inclement, that we would have a further discussion about moving the activities from Pettis Park to Babe James Community Center. A couple of those days were met with inclement weather, was raining and extremely cold, and I called Mr. Reggie to see if we could come in to use the facility. And of course, each time that I was told no. So what I did was, one of the Wednesdays I was told no, I went into the Babe James Community Center and I recorded all of the inactivity that was going on between that time. After that time, the city manager, Nancy Maddox, Reggie Beverly all approached me and said, well, during the time that you were in there, our kids are outside. There's a few things that I just need to have answered. Why is it seems like it's always a problem when I'm trying to do programming at the Babe James Community Center through Peace Arts? Every time I offer a program, the leadership says that there's no space or the program is full with other activities. But when I come in there during the time that I'm asking for the activities, it's nothing going on. And if your program is said to be by Mr. Reggie, the city manager, and other workers in the city at the after-school program is outside during the times of 4:30 to 5:30, and then the program ends, I don't see why I can't use the space, since your kids in the after-school program are outside anyway. Doesn't that make the space available? I was also told by Mr. Reggie that they have started a Lego club now on the Wednesdays and at the time that I'm trying to get to be able to utilize the space. And so now that the room is unavailable. He also couldn't give me the times of the program that it would start and that it would end. He also stated that he didn't see any issues with me sharing the space because we only use half of the building anyway, which is the multipurpose room. And that room holds 250 plus people. I don't think they're going to have 250 people in their Lego club. Also on Wednesdays, most of the participants in my program attend the Babe James Community Center after school program. So on Wednesdays, they have to leave Babe James Center to walk over to Pettis to attend what we're doing at Pettis. So really all I'm asking is that I'm able to come into the Babe James Community Center and service the kids that are already there. I'm also asking the commission to take a closer look at the way staff conducts business with the after-school program. What are the guidelines to offer a successful program at this community center without all the red tape? These type of situations have followed me in my community service work for almost a decade, and it really needs to stop. Your Babe James Community Center is erasing a vital part of our community as the historic West Side, and that's our future leaders that have great ideas but don't stand a chance against the politics of the Babe James Community Center. I've already stated that I have video documentation of the inactivity that was going on at the time of the Wednesdays that I was requesting to have the dance team during that time. I'm also requesting an earlier program time for Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I shouldn't have to be responsible for kids whose parents are at work. Since the time has changed, with the program ending at 7, it's dark. So those that usually would walk home, now they're staying to 7 with the dance program. I'm taking them home every day on a program that they suggest that be free to the kids in the community, but they don't plan on helping me sustain that freedom. So last but not least, I would like to utilize the space on Wednesdays at the Babe James Community Center. This also says a lot about the climate at this center that I have to come to the commission meeting to get a resolution. Like I said, I've been going through this for a decade. All of you have heard about it on numerous occasions. I'm really getting very tired of it, and I think it needs to be some type of checklist that people in the community can meet to be able to have a requirement to have a successful program at the Babe James Community Center. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. That was, you hit us with a lot, and thank you for coming to share that. Khaled, if you would, I'd love to, maybe you, me, and Shai can sit down and chat. Talk through
It would be good
what
if we
happened
could
and-
meet at Babe James.
Yeah. Yeah. And obviously, fellow commissioners can't be at that meeting, but if you want to separately talk to Khaled, but I'll try to meet with him because I've worked with Shai on several things and supported some of our other programs. I know Khaled has as well, so we'll a lot to take in right then, but we'll try to get to the bottom of that and report back to everyone. I'd like to do that this week if at all possible, so we'll find some time. I'm pretty swamped, but we'll make time for this week if you have the time. So, any others for public participation? Yes, sir. Come ahead.
Hi, I'll be brief because I'm echoing someone, which means I'm being redundant. But Dean Vitale, I live 743 Williams Road, retired out of 30 years in the military there 6 years ago. And the relevance is, I guess, that we're one of the people that got conned into buying, we didn't get conned, we bought out at Allanche. It's a fantastic place, as Ann went into. And what's interesting is it's a bit of an anachronism. So when you talk about, the sustainability and everything you eat there, your bread's, done at the end of 24 hours or 12 hours even. Everything's automatically sustainable, and it's been that way. It's never changed and had to figure out how to go back. So I think there will be a lot to learn from both sides in an exchange of ideas and problem solution sets. And it's really is just a fantastic people, 900 people in the village. So you know everybody at the cafe when you go there in the morning. And but anyway, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes, sir. Good
Terry
evening.
Jackson, resident of New Smyrna Beach. I too second the motion with Shai. You probably see me quite often with her. I just moved back here. I'm a native. But I just happened to look around the city and see that there's a big difference. And so I reached out to Mr. Reggie, and Mr. Reggie put me in touch with Shy. So a lot of times you'll see her, you'll see me from now on. But at the same time, to what she's saying, before I moved away and the change happened at the old junior high where they tore it down and they moved those people over to the Babe James Center, it was like this whole, we're going to build up a wall. And they made blinds, special blinds for them so, they could be shut and they don't have to see the kids out there. Kind of thought that was kind of strange for you to be, the leader or, person in charge, you're walling yourself off. And then, once I moved away, I was just asking about stuff and hearing nothing but negative things. So I just kind of questioned the leadership over at the Babe James Center myself. That'd be all.
Okay, thank you. Others who wish to speak? Yes, sir, come ahead. If you would like to go after him, if you go ahead and queue up here up at the front.
So, Jeffrey Ritter, American Cancer Society. I'm the Community Development Manager for Relay for Life. And thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. We met with the city manager last week about the city's participation in Relay for Life. We're going to have a couple fundraising teams represented out at the event. So we're really happy to have your support. I want to tell you thank you for that. But in our discussion, we wanted to come back before the council and ask that you all become a monetary sponsor of the event. What we were thinking of is we have different sponsorship levels, but we were asking that you become a platinum sponsor. That's $2,500. There's a lot of benefits to that. You would be on the event t-shirt. You get recognition in our news releases, on social media, in many places. So we're up before the council asking for your support.
Okay. Thank you for that. When's the deadline on this?
Not for a while. The event's not till May.
Okay.
So, we got a couple months.
All right, yeah, I'd say, Kyle, if you can bring it back under future, city manager reports, to let us know what the sponsorship options are, where they, all those details. I've slept since then, so I don't remember. I know you gave us a great presentation, but.
Thank you.
So just bring that back to us with some options and see if we can figure out a way to get there either individually or collectively, so.
Awesome.
But thank you for coming back and all the work you do, so, yeah. The vice mayor is a jogger, so if you want to, he might participate. Yes, ma'am, please. If you'd like to go after her, please queue up. If not, we're going to close public participation. Yes, ma'am, go right ahead.
Evening, I'm Libby Levette with Edgewater Environmental Alliance, and this is my first time being here. So I just want to say it's really great to be here because I love what you're doing with your community. I live in Edgewater, and I'd like to say that hopefully we're headed the direction you guys are. It's a bit challenging down there. I come up here and I feel like I'm visiting the Jetsons, and I go home and I feel like I'm visiting the Flintstones. So thank you for that. Having said that, and to tag on to the Riverside Garden concept, I love that whole concept, and I hope you'll consider promoting that. We want to do that in Edgewater also. It's going to be a little more challenging with our council, unfortunately, but we're getting there, and I love it because you're a shining example. For a long time, Edgewater didn't want to be compared to New Smyrna, and I think because they felt like they didn't know how to get there, but I think we're seeing that with the example that you're setting, so I want to thank you for that. Now, I also want to draw your attention to something else that's concerning for me in the lagoon. We do a lot of work in the lagoon to restore the lagoon, which is clearly imperiled, and there was something that Mayor Owen is aware of because I spoke with him on social media about it, that's being advertised in the lagoon for sale, and it's an island, it's a spoil island. It appears to be undevelopable. I don't know. Developers have a way of hiring engineers to figure that out. And I don't know whether they're trying to scam someone to spend $6 million on an island, or whether we maybe need to get in front of it and purchase this island through Volusia Forever funds and Florida Forever funds. The sun is setting on Volusia Forever, so I want to renew that conversation and bring it back to the table because there's a possibility to get matching funds, $3 million and $3 million, and turn it into a restoration area a conservation area. It's in the center of state-owned islands that can never be developed, and I would like for it to remain that way. Whether this is a scam for some unknowing buyer or whether there's really a plan to develop this island, I want this council and staff to be aware that this is being talked about and that it is a risk for our lagoon. And we could not possibly sustain a major development on that particular spoil island. So I hope that you'll at least be aware and do your research to figure out exactly what's going on there and what we could do to get ahead of that. Thank you.
Thank you. They need a bridge through your front yard, I think, to get to that island, so.
Where's the island?
It's the one just south of Inlet Shores.
Is it Rattlesnake?
It's, I mean, they literally have to go through a park.
There's a long history there, which I don't know a lot of, but.
Brian's got some, you'll just, we'll address it, because it's out there on social media, a lot of traction, so, good,
We
yeah.
are aware of it.
That's the first problem.
Yeah.
The island is future land use conservation, zone conservation. It's almost entirely wetlands, entirely in the floodplain. There's no public access, huge infrastructure challenges, regulatory challenges, environmental issues to develop that property. I don't want to
Access.
say it's unbuildable. I'm just saying there's significant challenges that would be very difficult to overcome.
And would require a lot of approval, it sounded like, from this dais.
Our city as well as other agencies.
Other
that
agencies, yeah.
Be difficult.
But it is for sale for
Never happened, never even got to first base. So I wouldn't be too concerned about it unless someone knows the governor really well. Who knows? It's been it's been out there a long time.
Yeah.
It's not something that I would get too worried about.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Jake.
If I may,
Commissioner.
since the subject was brought up, I was of the understanding that most of that spoil area and mangrove marsh is protected under the auspices of the Fish and Wildlife Commission. I've been told by representatives that all of those lands are protected and under conservation. So it was kind of scary news for me to understand. And are we talking about Rattlesnake Island?
No, do you know where the park in Inlet Shores is?
Yes.
It's directly across from there. And you couldn't, it's a navigable waterway. There's a lot of, you would need a bridge. You couldn't, there's 100 reasons why it hasn't been built yet, put it that way. And over time, it only gets more difficult to build, not easier. So the fact that it wasn't done decades ago is a good indication that it's a pipe dream right now.
So it is.
And Florida landowners have a long history of selling people swampland that's not worth anything. You can go back hundreds of years in that. So I wouldn't be concerned about it.
It is currently owned, though. It's not
It is
public
privately
land.
owned. No, it's
privately
It's
owned.
privately owned.
Thank you.
Yeah. It could be yours for $6 million. All right, seeing no others queued up, we're going to close public participation. Move on to the consent agenda, item 6. The consent agenda, 18 items. Gentlemen, I rarely pull stuff, but I do have 3 I wanted to just talk through real quickly, B, C, and L. So I'm going to pull B, C, and L. Vice Mayor, we'll start with you. Any others that you would like to pull?
I was going to pull L, so I'm glad to see that's covered.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Jake, Commissioner Sacks, any to pull?
Not tonight.
Okay. Commissioner McGurk?
Nope.
Commissioner Hartman?
Aye.
Aye. There's aye. Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve all but those 3.
That was 4.
Second.
So consent agenda to approve all items except for B, C, I, and L. Had a motion and a second. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. My discussion point on B and C, and this is combined, and I'll give Kyle a minute because I want him to hear this. So I sent him an email before. I just happened to see on these, and this is really nitpicking. It's going to remind folks of Hathaway probably, but we're adding, it was an upgrade charge, a couple thousand aggregate for AM/FM radios in these devices, and I just didn't know if we truly needed that, or if it was a luxury, and was going to just challenge staff to take a hard look at whether or not we needed all of the additional ancillary upgrades, or if we could save a few bucks that would pay for that blue community thing we just approved. So I'll approve this as written, but I'd just like to see staff take a hard look and make sure we truly need all of those ancillary items that are added in. So that's my comments on B and C. Yes.
On that note, though, I was at the Utilities Commission meeting, and they're going forward with a program where they're looking at all their vehicles, and they're going to design them or purchase them all exactly the same way, including the red seat belts, which is an indicator that whether or not you truly have the seat belt on or off. So I think that's something that maybe going forward we may need to look at, especially if we're looking at doing a joint venture. It may help make part buying and stuff like that.
Yeah, for vehicles, I agree. I mean, these two are kind of specialized equipment,
right.
The wheel loaders and mowers, and that's why I kind of caught my eye. It's an AM FM radio on a mower, so. All right, with that, do I have a motion on B and C? Do I have a motion on B and C?
So moved.
Second.
Do you have a comment on that one first?
No, just a
Okay.
comment that the staff will be looking at it.
Yes, yeah, that's the challenge. I'll defer to them if there's some reason we need it, and I hate to be the Grinch at this time of year, but just it's citizens' money. So I had a motion a second. City Clerk, if you call the roll on B and C.
Vice Mayor Clooney,
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk.
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks.
Yes.
Mayor Owen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Aye. Who pulled that one?
I did.
Commissioner Hartman.
So on this, I didn't see the bid from Craddock in the packet. So
This is on I.
on the boat dock? Yes, sir. Yeah, I didn't see the invoice from from Craddock,
CanDoc.
Caddock, whatever.
Correct, yeah, that, Carrie has a copy of it. I believe she's trying to formulate it now. I don't know why it did not get attached to the original agenda packet. It was submitted with everything else.
It matches.
Yeah, but I mean, is it apples and apples? I'll take is it comparable to the other two bids?
That's correct, yes. They're all modular floating systems, and the only one that was a significant difference was the probably about $10,000 difference, and he added some additional hardware that the other two companies don't believe we need.
Okay. But it is portable. If we establish it now at the marina and do something.
That's correct, yeah. Actually, they assemble it off-site, and they haul it in, so it is movable once we attach it to the pilings. We can easily move it to another site if needed.
Okay. Motion to approve then.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion on that item? Hearing,
Just
yes.
a quick question for the chief. What will be the location, the primary location?
So slip number 6 at the city marina is the ideal site, and that's what Pam Payton had agreed to afford to us.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, had a motion, a second. City Clerk, if you call the roll on item I.
Vice Mayor Clooney,
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman.
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk.
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks.
Yes.
Mayor Owen.
Yes. Item L, Vice Mayor, you also wanted to pull this, so I'll defer to you.
The approval to enter into the contract for the purchase of the material and the services, I have no difficulty with whatsoever. I do have difficulty with the supporting documentation that came from the engineering department and the distribution of how the roads will be paved. The memo was well-written, brings out good positive facts, and alludes to the fact that when you group all roads together, you get a better purchase price. Unfortunately, that's not applicable because this has already been bid, and we could designate roads anywhere, and they would just have to come and pave them. If we ever decide to bid ourselves, which I don't think we should, then it would be appropriate to bunch them together. So taking that out, the second part that I have difficulty with, it mentions that there's going to be a 2-year program where they've selected 2 certain areas of the city where all the paving would go. I find that is, I hate to use the word, but discriminatory to the other districts throughout the town. I think that the commissioners should be able to have some input into where these road paving projects are. A couple years ago, the town entered into a contract and developed a very scientific analysis of the expected life of all the roads and characterized them as to which ones should be done. Now, we did have a group of people come here and ask that their neighborhood be paved, which is well over $100,000. I really don't have any difficulty with that, except for the fact that their roads are less appropriate to be paved than a number of others. In my district, we also came forth with a group of people who presented information to the commission that they wanted their roads paved. Their roads are actually in worse condition than the ones we're approving now. I think that each commissioner and the mayor should have the right to promote roads in their district that conform to roads that need to be done in accordance with the study that was completed. So I don't have a real difficulty with this year, but next year I would like to see a more unbiased approach to where we do consider our paving. I won't vote for this if this includes any type of condition where we're going to approve a second group of roads in one specific area. I do approve of entering into the contract because it's a good contract. We have the monies available and we should spend them. I hope I made myself clear. We have engineering reasons to pave roads and we have political reasons, and we were elected politically, so I do think we should have input from our residents.
If I may.
Yes.
So I agree with you in this way. The roads that we hired a firm, we went from what you're describing, and the city staff would go out there, and we tried to find a more fair, independent way to evaluate the roads. Now, the two roads, for the people who came and signed the petition, my problem was whoever analyzed those roads and ranked them from the firm that was hired, there's no way it was accurate because there were many roads on the list that were in great shape compared to the roads that were complained about. The two roads that were complained about were not even on the 6-year plan, and we're paving roads that were clearly not in worse condition. So I agree with you that something needs to be done differently because that was a shining example, in my opinion, of how that did not work.
If I just might respond to that?
Sure.
I agree with you completely. And if there are certain roads that need to be done, that commissioner from that district can certainly propose them and have them done. I think that's fine. So let half the roads be the engineering department's decision, and the other half, they should accept input from the commissioners for their zones.
Okay.
I'll disagree with both of you because there's been roads on the west side that have been slated to be repaved for the last 10 years and never been repaved. It's an ongoing issue on the historic west side, but they kept getting pushed back. So I thought when we all agreed, the previous commission, to have this road study done, they were going to look at all the road conditioning, including the base part of the road, and they would make the recommendation. I would truly support following that study and doing the roads in the order in which are the worst according to them and needed. Now, in your case, maybe they missed something, we could go out and reevaluate. I don't have a problem with that. I also have a problem with paving alleyways. I mean, all of us have roads that need to be paved, and we're spending thousands of dollars to pave an alleyway that benefit a small number of people. So I think alleyways need to be reevaluated. And, certainly doesn't need to be brought up to the same standard as, Magnolia or 4th Street or anything like that, because it's simply just a driveway. So going forward, I think all of those things kind of need to be looked at. as we move into the next year.
Okay. So I pulled the item, and I don't have a zone. The whole city's my zone. So for me, it's I like the notion. You're right. There can be politics at play here, and that's unfortunate. But it's reality. But that's why I liked the data-driven approach. And to me, if we find that we disagree, then we go back and we evaluate what went wrong. We work with the experts and the equipment, and we say, let's look at this versus that, and have it explained to us why, from our I'm no expert on this, so from our non-expert opinion, why does it disagree? Why do our eyes deceive us with what we're seeing of example X versus Y, in this? But I would rather see us do that and have that hard conversation with the experts and the engineers, rather than I think if we start down this path, we will very shortly, we might as well throw this away and all this work and the money spent and everything else, because it's going to come back to this process of, who filled the chamber up more, the road gets paved. And that's not the way to approach this to me. That's a way. I'm not saying that shouldn't be, possibly a factor to cause us to, double check the engineering, to double check the experts. But that's my concern. I see us. I think we're responding to I think we're responding emotionally, and I'd rather see us stick to the data and take the emotions out of it. And if we don't agree with the data, if we think the data is incorrect, then let's go challenge the data source, and let's challenge staff to challenge the data source. But as it is, I look at this and I see, starting. I don't have row numbers on here, but starting, somewhere around the bottom quartile of this, I've got 42% of the budget is on items that have a PCI, or pavement condition index, of in the 50 or above, and we're skipping over. I've got 4 pages before we get up to projects that were 50. So I went and drove these roads, this particular section. Again, I'm no expert by any stretch, but they didn't seem like they were terrible to me. I wouldn't want to rollerblade on them, but so that's my concern. I think we sanctioned this. Previous commission sanctioned this for a reason, and I'm afraid we're going to move away from that. So I know we got to get moving on this. So I can support it tonight, but I think that we need to check ourselves and not get back to this being a squeaky wheel system of choosing which roads to pave.
Mr. Mayor, if I
Sure.
may, is there an assertion here that this data is political or biased?
No. I think the assertion was that the data doesn't jive with what we see when we put boots on the ground, or what residents see. So we've taken a data-driven approach, but we've incorporated some feedback into that based on groups that came out, commissioner presence in that area. And I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do. I'm saying, if that's the approach we want to take, but I'd like to, if we're going to challenge the data, I'd like to see us go, get another cut at the data. Go, have the experts stand here and explain to us why what we see is a condition 79 road, according to them, feels to us like a condition 40 road that we should be replacing, because that's what we've done, is we've elevated up certain roads to this year that wouldn't have been repaved according to the experts for that weren't even on the long range plan at this point. They weren't even within 5 or 6 years. So that's what I'm saying.
Well, I agree. I certainly don't advocate that we throw out all this data. I think that we need to stick with this for the most part, but I think that we need to have some discussions on one of the items, which is how come we're seeing something that's not reflective on the data.
Yeah.
And I know that some of the streets are done with different kinds of material. Not sure if that was factored in, so there could be a lot there. So I'm certainly not advocating we throw out this data, but we certainly need to work on it. And I dare I say, we'll talk about it Thursday, which I'm not going to say because we've said that with everything. So we're stocked up on Thursday, but I think going into next year, we should certainly prioritize it and certainly talk about it in relation to our budget going into the next budget year.
Question for staff, and you may need David or somebody, but is this, how often do they go back through and do this condition index? Is this something that we've signed up for an annual renewal of this, or is this a one-time thing and we?
Mistaken, the study that you have, it's one shot. You don't go back and revisit. Now,
We'd have to re-engage them and come back for 4 or 5
our
in a few
staff
years.
could go out and take a look at the list that it's coming, and you might have, sometimes you find out that some roads are actually getting in a worse condition than what initially was listed on the list. But this list is, the consultant will do it one time. He's not going to come back at no cost and do that.
So we don't have an annual agreement where we keep it up to date. Commissioner Clovey, looks like you've got it right there. What's
I do have the report, and I've read it, and being this was my line of work for such a long time, the data is pretty good in it. I don't dispute the data. It does recommend in the report every 3 to 5 years that it be updated.
Yeah.
But then again, that's the consultant who prepared the report who's suggesting that, and I think we're capable of looking that in-house. What our real problem is we're not talking about using roads, replacing roads with a 40 index with one that has 70 index. What the reality is, there are so many roads that are so close together, and the amount of funds that we're expending, even though we've increased it so much, that a road that might have an index of 40 is, as I looked at the ones that were requested, they might be $4 million down the road. So I think staying within the parameters of this report, using the numbers that they've suggested for the CPI, is that maybe we can have some input as to which one of those in that same category can be paved. I don't want to throw this data away. It's very good.
I mean, I guess just for clarity, there's been input, obviously, this year, because we got 42% of the budget that's, we pulled projects that weren't even on the list, and they're now on the list for this year. So there has been input. I don't know that it hasn't been I think we probably should, if we're going to take that approach, then I think we need to formalize that approach. And there's some pro rata, certain percent of the budget set aside, and it's, okay, here, now we can throw the data out and we can accelerate issues from the boots on the ground, or however we want to take that approach. So,
Mr. Mayor, I have one question for staff.
Sure.
The contract with the pavers, how long is that valid for?
It depends on their contract with the county, because we're piggybacking on the county.
Oh, correct. It is. It was in the report. It was in the data, but I just don't recall what it is.
I think probably it's a yearly contract, isn't it, David?
Yeah, so the county's going back out to bid in February. So these prices for all this is good through the beginning of February, and then the county's going to go back out to bid.
Okay, this is what I thank you very much, because I thought that's what it was, but I didn't want to misquote. My suggestion would be is that we authorize staff to go out and enter into a contract with the paver at this time, and that we come back and take a look at the exact roads we do want to pave. Understanding there is a deadline to come up with that, but I don't recall when you have to have the work completed by, in accordance with the contract.
We have to have a PO and an agreement with the company prior to their current contract expiring. Just one more thing for you. There is a break in the pricing. Part of the reason why a lot of the roads are close together is there is a break on the tonnage and the milling that we would be charged if the roads are within a certain amount away from each other. So there is a significant lower cost by doing it that way.
I didn't see that in their contract, but I'll take your word for it. Well, that would be my recommendation, is that we enter into a contract and we kind of finalize this amount, which roads we want to have on the list soon.
So I would, to me, this is like the third time this has come to us, so I don't necessarily want to just keep opening it up. I think we need to put it to bed. I was just saying I I don't want to see us moving away from the data, and I think where we've landed on this is we've, to the tune of 42% of our 700,000 or so, I think we've kind of shifted away from the data. So I just didn't. That's an alarming trend. But I'd like to see us resolve it and move on, because we can't keep revisiting issues. But that's where the commission's, with the pleasure of the commission. That's just my 2 cents.
I don't want to, I'm interested in taking a look at it, not right now. And I don't want to make any knee-jerk decisions on what we think we should be doing on this. That's my concern. We've tasked staff with all kinds of stuff. We have a lot of issues that we got to get done, and we've identified this as an issue, and I think that it's up to us sometime next year to determine how we want to go about this, and that's why I tied it to a discussion for next year's budget discussions. Because if we hire people, if we have to redo anything, let's deal with that issue going forward. But I don't want to stop or make any knee-jerk reactions on anything right now, tonight.
Okay. I have a motion on item L.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, I have a motion to approve as presented in the agenda and a second. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Colodey,
No.
Commissioner Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk,
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks,
Yes.
Mayor Owen.
Yes. All right, item L is approved. I look forward to a lively discussion on that next time through. Those people in Lake Fairgreen better call you and say thank you. All right, that clears up all the consent agenda, right? I didn't miss any?
Nope.
Okay. Next item up, Economic Development Strategic Plan Update. Thank you all, staff. Happy holidays if we don't see you between now and then. All right, next item up, 7A.
Mayor, the first Economic Development Plan was presented to the Commission in 2010. There was an update in 2016 that was adopted by the City Commission. This is the second update to the Economic Development Plan. It was approved on a 3-to-1 vote at the November 20 meeting of the Economic Development Advisory Board. The one vote told me that he had no objections to the content of the plan, but he wanted more work on priorities, recommendations on items that were outside of the economic development staff and large projects that need to be supported. The plan has a little bit different than the last update. The action plan, which is really the meat of the plan going forward, is divided up this time into items that economic development staff would do, and then what other city staff would do and other agencies would be responsible for. Probably, in my estimation, the most important items are what we talked about at the CRA meeting, the resolution and the capital improvements plan, the focus on US 1 and the need for an overlay district that will align our land development regulations to the current market conditions and what US 1 can be. That's extremely important. Sustainability, the expansion and attraction, the future city managers talked to me about business park, and then our participation in the Southeast Volusia Manufacturing and Technology Coalition and support for entrepreneurs. Just within the last month, I've had 4 different people talk to me about wanting to start a co-work space, and another person, formalization of a makerspace. Those are very exciting things for our core and really speak to our signature. So one of the last sentences in the plan is that we need to focus on continuing to craft the new Smyrna Beach business climate to support our small businesses, redevelop US 1, and attract new businesses that are the right fit for our community. So with that, I'm conveying to you, this is a plan that the Economic Development Board recommended for approval. I'm ready to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments?
I don't have a question, but I did have a comment. Tony, you and I talked, I think, once before about taking those businesses that are still in unincorporated Volusia County, that are within the city's ISB, and seeing about annexation into the city. There's a number of consequences that come forth with that. I mean, you get your additional 175 funding, there's possible 185 funding for pensions, so there's a lot of other things involved with just not with the ad valorem tax. But there's several businesses, especially on West Canal Street, that are still in the county paying county taxes and not actually in the city of New Smyrna Beach. So I hope your group would take a look at that. I know a couple of them, or one of them was at annexation at P&Z last night, so hopefully that will be a trend going forward, so.
Okay. Yeah, we can take a look at that.
Other comments? Vice Mayor, yes.
I read the whole plan. I liked it very much, except I have one difficulty on page 46, when the comment basically actually was pave over the AOB site. I do not think that's something that when we talk about blue community and maintaining our environment, that would be a good idea.
I was talking about attracting a marina and then having a parking lot there.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't like the idea of a parking lot in our park.
Yeah. Wouldn't necessarily have to be paved, because it's used as a parking lot now. It's not paved.
Perhaps it was just a bad choice of words when you literally said pave over the AOB site.
Oh. Oh, it does say pave for parking, sure.
Obviously, anything specific to the AOB site will come back to us for approval, so.
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks, comment?
Yes, I read over their analysis as well. I noticed they were supporting a trolley.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? And who would fund that?
Who would
fund the trolley?
Yeah, well, again, any proposals along that line would have to come back here, but there is interest in that as a relief for the parking capacity problems on Flagler.
And trolley to where then? That's a tough question.
It's between Canal and Flagler on the causeway.
There still begs the question, where do we park the people who wish to trolley back and forth between Canal and Flagler?
That was the comment on the AOB site as well as in the Canal Street area.
So, Tony, am I correct that the talk about paving at the AOB, wasn't it for additional truck trailer parking for a few more boats? And that was the only feature that had been discussed? Or they were talking about more paving for more parking for general purposes, not just the AOB?
I'd have to go back and look that specific, but what we talked about was, first of all, leasing the property for a marina development, which would be a private development, and then having that an enlarged parking area as a stop for a shuttle/trolley.
I won't reserve my feelings on that. I'm very concerned about putting in a marina and with who knows how many slips, and we're taking away what we called a temporary park. Did I hear that said? Or are we going forward with plans to make that a recreation area?
At the AOB site?
Yes.
So I don't think this commission has given staff permanent direction. What we did agree to was spending a small investment to clean the place up a bit, which they're in the throes of doing right now. Already got the shade structures up. They're working on the parking, et cetera. So I think the long-term vision for the AOB is not necessarily determined by the recommendations made in this plan.
Mm-hmm.
But it is something that is has potential economic impact. If we were to choose a particular route, it would be economic development. So that's why it shows up here in that manner. But obviously, again, that would be up to us to put on for an RFP if we wanted to go that route. So, which I think we've all made pretty clear our thought on that. But
Thanks for sharing. And just one other issue that was concerning is that EDAB also supports the monies for private facades and building improvements for private entities. And That's not the direction I would like to go with CRA funds, just for the record. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, on the parking specifically, item 3 on here, 702 in the package, you know, we've tasked staff with looking at parking. I don't think we can just put our head in the sand on parking. And so shuttle for special events, you know, my question is, can the economics work on that? It doesn't have to be that we fund it. I mean, it can be, to me, that's an economic opportunity. If I were young and ambitious, I'd be buying a couple of electric carts that hold about 12 people, and every time there were an event on Flagler, I'd be parking people at Marine Discovery Center and shuttling them down. So, and I would do it until the city shut me down. So I think there's an opportunity there for some young enterprising person, but doesn't have to be the city. So the main thing for me is, you know, I invested a ton of time this past year, along with Tony and others, in interfacing with our business leaders in this community. I mean, I stood up and took darts one Wednesday a month about everything that we're doing right, and a few things we're doing, you know, that we can do better on. So I think this makes headway towards addressing some of those. We're going to continue to work with staff to address those, but you know, I'm looking for action. I mean, I don't want to just keep talking about some of these things. I want to have real change and have some things to show for it. So, you know, we've talked about incubation space. We've talked about, you know, maker space, shared workspace, maker fair type thing. So I'd like to see us get some energy around that as a community. So, yeah. All right, I'm emotional on item A.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second? Second. Have a second. City Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
No.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tony. I didn't know Tony could sing either. Maybe that's how we sell out the Brandon Center. You can start doing concerts at the Brandon Center, Tony. Discussion to consider land development regs for farmers markets.
Evening, Mayor
Brian.
Commissioners. The key issue here is how to interpret and accommodate prepared foods in farmers markets. Staff's recent interpretation of prepared food, at least as listed in the LDR, is food that is prepared off-site and brought to a farmer's market for sale in a ready-to-consume format, similar to a cottage food product with no on-site cooking, heating, or other forms of food preparation required. This is the strictest interpretation of what prepared food is. The challenge is the farmer's market has or had food served in various formats over the years. We're asking for clarification on that. We met with the operator of the farmer's market. They have foods that meet that definition, prepared off-site, baked goods, you know, candy apples, brought to the farmer's market, ready to just buy and eat on the spot. That's one category. There's another category where folks are making like paella and crab cakes at home, bringing them to the farmer's market, and then frying them or heating them on site and serving them from booths. It's another form of heating. Another category, more recently, is the food trucks. A couple of food trucks come in and they cook, you know, basically food from scratch, breakfast meals and so forth. So how do we corral all that into a policy that fits with the farmer's market and what our vision is? So there's also, you know, foods are served in booths and also on not food trucks, they're trailers, but mobile food operations. So we met with Ingrid. We came up with a request for consideration, and that is the following. That a farmer's market would be limited to a maximum of 3 mobile food trucks or trailers. And then secondly, that a farmer's market shall be limited to a maximum of 8 vendors. And keep in mind, farmer's market may have up to 60 here, so 8 of those could perform on-site food preparation. That would be, again, cooking, heating, cooling, some type of food prep needed to make food ready to consume. And then there would continue to be no limitation on those cottage food products, the brownies, cookies, breads that could be brought on site. That is what we came up with a recommendation that requires LDR text amendments. If the commission is open to that, we would like to request handling that similar to what we did with the sandwich boards, where we're able to operate under those rules as that those text amendments are working their way through the system in January and February. That's the overview. Here to take any questions.
Any questions for staff or comments on this item?
Would we not include December also?
I think he means
It would
effective
start
now, right?
right away.
Right
Yeah,
away, yeah,
effective
okay.
now,
All
yeah.
right.
Yeah. This is good. You've worked with the farmers market representative on this. They're supportive of this. This isn't going to hinder long-standing vendors that have been there for 20 years. We're not pulling the rug out from under anybody.
No, this
This is
these
actually
were
from them. Okay.
her recommendations.
Okay. Do you have a motion on this item, gentlemen? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, make I'll
Have a
second.
I'll make
motion?
the motion.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Yeah, you said kinda, and I just want to make sure you and the farmer's market have worked this out. They support this?
Yes, they're here.
Okay.
She's here.
Ingrid?
Ingrid's here, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, we had a motion, we had a second. If no other discussion, City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Hardman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just don't take away my crab cakes at the farmer's market. All right, next item up. Thank you, Ingrid, thank you all. Approval of the Yopon Brothers American Tea Company harvesting agreement on city property. Staff report.
Want to introduce Brian White, retired police officer and co-founder of this company, Yopon Brothers. Brian was driving past property that the city owns on Saxon and saw those Yopon holly trees there and has offered to sustainably harvest leaves for his company, but then in return manage the property by manually removing invasive species like Brazilian peppers. Brian has a short video.
Short video, okay.
Like a presentation.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Thanks, Tony. Thanks for the opportunity to address you and to share this proposal. I just wanted to briefly, do I drive it with this? Okay, there we go. Can you all see that okay? I just want to briefly go over what we do at Yopon Brothers and kind of an overview of the proposal that we've put before you. So Yopon is a Florida native plant species. It's in the holly family, and it is the only caffeinated plant species native to the United States. So in that, it has value as a coffee and tea alternative. It's considered to be, I know it's a buzzword, but an antioxidant superfood. It's a very top contender for antioxidant-containing plant species, which is really popular right now in health foods and nutraceutical products. Unlike tea, it's really low in tannin. So when you drink tea and you get that bitterness, it's caused by tannin. Yopon doesn't have any of that. It contains stimulant properties like theobromine and caffeine. So we market Yopon as a tea product. Tea is Camellia sinensis. I've put a comparison side by side up there and how they're similar and how they're different. So both tea and Yopon are caffeinated. Both tea and Yopon contain a high level of antioxidants, except Camellia teas are high in tannin, Yopon's low in tannin. Camellia teas grow in Asia, and Yopon grows here in the American Southeast. Yopon has been an important ceremonial and ritual beverage to indigenous people for 10,000 years here in Florida. So it at one time enjoyed a broad popularity throughout the South and was even exported to other countries. And for lots of reasons, it kind of faded into obscurity. We're trying to bring it back because as a native alternative crop, it's really easy for farmers to grow and it's very sustainable. We always ask our customers where your tea comes from because most people don't know. And I can tell you that 250,000 tons a year are imported into the United States. 150 million cups a day are consumed in the U.S., and 100% of that tea is imported from somewhere else. So all of that tea has to travel here on a ship for 8,000 miles, which is not very sustainable. So we want to fix that by creating a commodity out of Yopon holly, and we do that through a research partnership with the University of Florida, their Institute of Food and Agricultural Science. And one of the couple of the pillars of that system is that we employ American workers here locally. We create alternative crops for Florida farmers, and it's a native crop that doesn't harm the environment. It's regenerative agriculture, and it creates a totally transparent supply chain. I can't really see that, sorry, it's really small. But our current state of our business is that we already own 12 acres inside the city limits of Smyrna Beach, and that's a certified organic parcel where we sustainably harvest the Yopon holly. And this is actually a picture of our harvesting area. So The point I'm trying to get across is that you can't tell that we harvest Yopon there, and that's the point, is that it's not disruptive to the ecosystem. And the proposal before you is 67 acres that's in that parcel. It's a little over a mile in length along the western edge of Saxon Drive. And we've already had the city parcel inspected by the USDA, and it's already been approved for organic certification. The 12 acres we own here in New Smyrna is certified organic, and as is our processing facility in Edgewater, right down the road. We're looking for a new one, by the way. What we have offered in exchange for the Yopon harvesting is control of invasive flora. On the Saxon parcel, the primary invasive plant species is the Brazilian pepper. It's kind of a really sticky wicket. It's a really nasty tree that has caused a lot of problems in Florida for over 150 years. It goes by a lot of names. Some people call it Florida holly. It's not actually holly, even though Yopon is a holly. It's really hard to get rid of, very expensive to remove, very tedious and labor intensive. And it requires a lot of work to remove that invasive species from natural areas. There are a couple other city areas, such as Holland Park, that contain a lot of invasive plant life, such as coral ardesia, which is in this picture here. It's kind of unusual, actually, to find it this far south and coastal, but we actually have a lot of it inside the Holland Park area. So some of these species are what we are going to be manually removing in exchange for the Yopon harvesting. We have an emphasis on manual removal. That means removing without the use of systemic herbicide chemicals. Because the entire parcel is certified organic, it prohibits the use of most systemic herbicides unless there's no alternative available. So we're going to try and remove these plant species, these invasive plant species, without the use of chemicals. This is where Yopon grows, shaded in green. You can see our area near the southern edge of the range, and because of that geographical anomaly, our Yopon here is very special. So you see how large the leaves are. The average Yopon tree everywhere else, the leaves are like the size of your fingernail. So here we have a really huge leaf morphology. And as far as native consumption goes, this is the historical center of Yopon cultivation and consumption. So indigenous people that lived here, they don't live here anymore, but they did for 10,000 years, and they consumed Yopon holly during that entire period. And we get our leaves from the tree into a canister, saleable unit, within about 3 to 4 days. So unlike your tea that sits in a chip or whatever for maybe 8 months, everything is local and transparent here. And those are our products. And that's it. I'm here to take any questions you might have.
Okay, Tony, anything to add on your side, or I'm sure we all read the agreement and...
Just to recognize Chris Ryan and Carrie's office for negotiating the agreement with DEP.
Okay. All right, any questions or comments, discussion on this item, Commissioners? Vice Mayor, I saw you.
I do have a couple concerns. I would like us to be able to limit the hours of your removal, and also relating to the issue of both the harvesting and the other aspect of it, is I'm concerned about the use of pesticides. I hear you say that they can only be used if there's no other alternative, and I would like something in the agreement that says that any use of pesticides has to be administered by somebody that's actually licensed and authorized to do that.
Sure.
Other than those two things, I'm all for it.
Yeah, so we don't use any pesticides at all. The chemical I mentioned was herbicide, which is used to remove plant life. It's very unlikely that we would be required to use that, and if so, it would have to be administered by someone with a state license to administer those chemicals. But since the entire parcel is in the National Organic Program, certified organic, those chemical agents would be prohibited under our certificate. So we'd have to get a variance anyway. It'd be kind of a tedious process, very unlikely that we would need to do so. And I have no opposition to limiting the use of chemicals. It's the whole point of the exercise, really.
Okay. When you talk about the operating hours, what were you thinking on that? Just clear that one. Sorry, go ahead.
I did send out a revised agreement that provides for that the harvesting and removal activities can only occur from sunrise to sunset, Monday through Saturday.
Okay. I didn't see that one, so thank you for clarifying. Other comments on this item, Commissioner
That also
Harmon?
included Holland Park where the original didn't.
I don't believe this includes Holland Park.
It's in the title of the agreement, but it doesn't actually mention Holland Park in the agreement, and we have not taken any steps to certify any other city-owned properties as organic besides the aforementioned parcel along Saxon Drive.
Our legal description talks about the western side of Saxon Drive, generally located between
Yeah.
10th and Division.
Yeah, but
It's just in the, it's in the title, yeah.
So we can revise the title.
Yeah, so we'll add some clarity there, okay? Other comments on this item?
when is the harvest period?
It's an evergreen tree, so it is harvestable year-round. Generally, there's a fall and a spring flush. So the primary harvesting periods are in spring and fall. They do rotate. We do alternate harvesting periods. And there are certain plants that we will not harvest from. The plants are dioecious, which means there are male and female trees. So we don't harvest from female trees in their fruiting period because it's an important food source for wildlife, number one. Number two, we don't want the berries in our tea. So we avoid those plants during that period. So I would say a good benchmark is spring and fall, but it does occur year-round as needed.
And you mentioned you own 12 acres inside New Smyrna?
Yes, sir.
Where's that at?
It's off Turnbull Bay Road near the Turnbull Bay Golf Course.
Mr. Mayor, a comment.
Yes.
Brian, it is not the Latin name Ilex vomitoria that makes me sick. I support what you do strongly. It's a local product. We keep some in our cupboard. I've tried it. Not too bad. I realize it does have many benefits. Would love to see another way for you to harvest it, except for the fact that these are park lands. These are assets owned by the citizens. These plants are part of a biosphere that birds, other mammals live in, subsist on. It's habitat that you're taking away. I understand that it may be renewable, but all along, people will be walking through thick areas, I'm sure. And I know this area intimately, and I know that it's challenged now. There's a lot of deteriorated areas of this park. I'm very afraid that we set a wrong precedent and go down a slippery slope if we start to allow harvesting of the leaves or berries from the plant, from the Yopon. We already have problems with bootleg and illegal activity collecting sawgrass, palmetto seeds, and other activities that are unsavory in the parks. I'm just afraid in this limited area, again, which I'm very familiar with, it's my backyard that I kind of play in along the river. And I'm very concerned about the limits. You're asking to go into an ECHO-funded park. Have you asked the county? The ECHO grants help fund this. I'm sure other state agencies help to fund this. It's a multi-agency agreement. So that also gives me heartburn. And so, to be honest with you, I'd love to support you in other ways, but to have you come into our parks to take this commodity, I cannot support.
Thank you. May I respond?
Sure.
Okay, so I appreciate your comments, and I agree with you that ecosystem is critically imperiled. One of the biggest challenges it faces is being pervaded completely by invasive flora. I grew up at 2211 Saxon Drive. That's my childhood home. And that parcel is the first place that we ever harvested Yopon. Sure, we weren't allowed to do it at the time. Didn't really know. But and we have a very unique understanding of the ecology of that area. And conservation is at the core of our business. We don't subscribe to the belief that economic opportunities and environmental stewardship have to be mutually exclusive. I don't buy into that at all. Yopon is a species of least concern. It is vitally important to the habitat, but if those trees don't remain healthy and functional, then they're of no value to our business. We need trees that are producing leaves and it's not in our interest to degrade that habitat. Conversely, I think that the removal of the invasive flora provides a much greater benefit to the ecology of that area than the sustainable harvesting practices that we're going to employ there. If you look at Brazilian pepper, shyness, or the Ardesia species that I mentioned, they're Category 1 invasive pest species in Florida, and they're just causing catastrophic damage. Matter of fact, the University of Florida has recently released biocontrols for Brazilian pepper, and we may have access to that program. So there is a likelihood that we could use really innovative techniques to help the city rid itself of invasive plant life. And the measure is sustainability. Sustainability is our business. We work with the City of Orlando Sustainability Initiative, with the Greenworks Initiative. We build learning gardens. We work with the Florida Native Plant Society. I believe that staff has vetted this agreement through state agencies already, and they've agreed to it. So certainly, I agree with your concerns, and I appreciate them, and I think that you're totally right and totally on track. But removing these leaves is not going to be done in a way that damages the ecology of the area, and I can't do much more than personally guarantee that. But that's why I'm here. I'm a lifelong resident of this place. I have no interest in damaging what makes it special.
I appreciate your comments. They seem well thought out and based on good science, but at the same time, this area is designated recreation, and a park for the public. So again,
All right. Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is pretty interesting. I think it's pretty cool. I've never actually met anybody who started a tea company. People start all kinds of businesses that are common, and a tea company is certainly not one of them. And I also have some of your product, and I think it's pretty good. It's interesting. It's definitely a little different. I think it's great that you've done this. I think it's great you're here in New Smyrna. I think it's a great asset. However, what's in front of me tonight is an agreement that has a commodity being taken off public land for use of a private business for profit. There's no discussion of value, and I think that's what bothers me about this. The value issue is there's no value of the product, and there's no value placed on what you're removing. I understand what you're doing, and I can work with that in the future. But how this is written tonight, I can't support it simply because it does not have a transparency of value. Brazilian pepper I'm very familiar with, and I'm not so sure, on a side note, hearing what I heard tonight, I've cleared Brazilian pepper for the latter part of my childhood. It grew all around my property. You can't cut it. You cut it and it grows back. You cut it, it's like if you cut a pine tree, it dies down to the stump. If you cut an oak tree down to the stump, it dies. Brazilian pepper, even in the form of a big tree, you can cut it at the stump, and that thing in 3 weeks will be as tall as you again. So it's a challenge, but if you want to try to take that on, I'm all for it. What I need to see, though, because it's city property, it belongs to the people, there's a value here, and I think that value has not been discussed or put on paper. I'm not looking for a big value, but there needs to be something there. And that's what bothers me, and I want to be very clear and specific so you understand where I'm coming from on that. Thank you.
So real quick, if I may, I think everybody's had a chance to apply on this, so I'll chime in. First, I've talked to Brian on a couple of different occasions on different things. He's disagreed with how I've with some things and made that very clear in a very professional manner. I don't think you're going to find anybody that cares more about New Smyrna and specifically the environment and the public ecosystems in New Smyrna than the gentleman standing in front of us. So I think that just goes without question. That I do, we get told a lot of things standing in front of that podium, but I believe with my whole heart that you're gonna deliver. You're gonna do what you say you're gonna do. So, on the question of value, I brought that up. I mean, I'm a business guy at heart, so my first thought was, hey, let's get something back for the public, put it in some kind of a special education fund or something else. What I think we figured out was we can't do that because there's the funding for the property was grant funded, so I don't know that we can particularly monetize. That's where we came up with this thing of trading. But Carrie, do you want to chime in on that kind of value proposition and Commissioner McGurk's comments?
I was able to pull up the FCT grant documents, and I didn't see anything restricting value there. Now, in terms of ECHO funding, which was mentioned, I don't know that I've seen the ECHO grant agreement, but I'm not aware of. I know that Chris and Brian spoke today, and the difficulty was in trying to place a value on it because it was unknown.
Yeah. So it's difficult for us to assess how much Yopon is going to be able to be harvested and how much invasive flora is able to be removed because each acre might have a different ratio of Yopon to Brazilian pepper or what have you. So until we really go in there and begin work, it's hard for us to assess the volume that's going to be there. What I offered to Mr. Ryan today was that after the first quarter, we could issue a report to the city on what kind of work has been done, and that would give us the faculties to assess the value of the product that's there once we begin work. So I don't really know of any other way to do that. I think it's really difficult to place monetary value on the removal of the flora. It's really expensive, as Mr. McGurk mentioned, and it's really hard to kill. And it involves a lot of tedious labor and normally really noxious chemicals. So.
Yeah. I just had one other question actually for you, and then I'll come back to you. So, on the public space thought, I mean, I've driven through there, and I know there's some kind of frontage trails, but are there, Commissioner Sachs, you know the area well, is that, we call a lot of stuff park, but you can't, I mean, I've walked through Holland Park, and if you get off of the area they've cleared, you can't. I mean, my kid tries to get over there, and I'm like, no, don't go over there. You scrub. I mean, you're gonna die over there. So, like, is this truly a park in that's recreated area with cleared trails, or is it just 60 acres of dense scrub? I mean, what is it truly? What are we truly talking about? Because I think I don't know. I haven't been back in there. So, what is your perspective on that?
The facts and experience that I can share, I've used that park since 2001. There were trails, who knows how long they've been there, possibly since Indian times. But there's an extensive set of trails. The public had spent in ECHO grant monies $290 to help procure this Indian River Preserve Park. And the key word for me there was preserve as well. So again, Brian, I would love to say yes to you. Mm-hmm. But again, this is a public asset. If you want to commoditize nature, yeah, we could put a number on a tree, but the value of a park is immeasurable. So it's really, I find it dangerous.
Well, if I could address that point. So it's not actually without precedent. For example, there are numerous national parks that issue what are called forest product harvest permits, and they allow citizens to go in and harvest products that are deemed by the Park Service to be sustainable. And nature is fairly regenerative if you let it do what it needs to do. In the terms of that particular parcel, it really can't do what it needs to do because the whole place is saturated with invasive flora, and it's far, unfortunately, from being the only example of that. That stuff's just everywhere. It chokes out in native plant life to a degree that it can't survive the way that it normally would. I think there are other benefits to the city that could be meted out over time that are not covered by the agreement. For example, I don't know of any other municipalities in the state of Florida or anywhere that would own certified organic land of any kind. The certificate that we would hold on the land limits it to wild crop products, but that could be expanded to include other amenities, like, for example, if there were cleared segments of that, I don't know if any exist, possibly a community garden that could be certified organic. There's also a burden on us to test the soil in intermittent time periods to guarantee that there are no chemicals coming through our buffer zone and into the harvest area. And I see a real point of value there for the city because on the other side of the parcel is the Indian River. So if there's no chemical residue or flumes going through our buffer zone and we're demonstrating that, then you know they're not getting through to the ecosystem in the lagoon. And it's a way to demonstrate that that's actually happening.
Yeah, okay.
And just one more point, if I may, I have to share. County park rules do not allow the removal of plants. They don't allow you to feed the animals, which doesn't apply, or disturb the wildlife, which you may, if you are back in there taking some of these.
But the county has issued permits in the past for removal of native plant life as well as invasive plant life. For example, at a Doris Leaper Spruce Creek Preserve, which is here in New Smyrna, there was a time period when the county and the state were working jointly to rehabilitate the scrub ecosystem in that park. And a lot of those mature species of Lyonia, for example, had to be removed clear-cut because they couldn't use prescribed fire, which is the best method. So they allowed silk foliage companies to come into that parcel and remove mature Lyonia trees. So if you see a big fake tree, the trunk on that tree is usually a Lyonia, which is a Florida native species. So like I said, there's precedent for it, and it's just about timing and the appropriateness of what we're trying to do.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner McGurk, you had last
Yeah, hey,
comment.
Brian, you mentioned the national park had a, they set precedent, they have some kind of agreement they allow people on. Is that similar to what you're doing? Can we take a look at that? In other words, can you provide, elaborate on that if you can.
It's not the same because they're not actually paying the park anything other than a very nominal usage fee, and sometimes there's no fee attached. So it's kind of like Nestle getting a permit to, get 1 million gallons of water a day for $115. It's kind of like that.
But they let people come on who are going to make a profit off something, but they have some kind of agreement that reflects that? Because what I'm looking for is something that I'm looking for something like that. Either way, I'm not looking to charge you a lot. I get what you're trying to do. I like it. I support it. But there has to be a value of something. And if there's a document that the National Park System gives out that is similar to your situation, I'd love to be able to, model off that.
Well, in my experience, it's a park-by-park basis. Like, for example, I know that the Canaveral Seashore does not issue these permits, but there are several other national parks that do. And it is pertaining specifically to the species of plants or animals or whatever have you, fungus. I mean, people harvest all kinds of things from these parks. But it's specific to what occurs inside of that area, in my experience.
I mean, I can't produce a document, but I know there's many parks out west that they allow hunting. And so you're harvesting animals off of the park. And they're, guides. No, guides are the ones that do it. So there's a profit motive in there for sure. It's not just random people. So, all right, we've spent a lot of time on this. Do I have a motion on this item?
I do have one further comment, and I will make a motion.
Sure, Vice Mayor, go ahead and then make a motion.
On the issue of taking products away, I know in a number of state parks and other areas, Forestry Department will allow private individuals with proper insurance to go in and take out dead or dying trees and sell it for firewood, and they get nothing in return except that the environment is improved. In this particular instance, removal of invasive species saves us a fortune if we want to try to go in and save that park. And it could serve as an example for how we want to deal with things in the Turnbull area and some of the other wetland things we may actually own. And I do want to point out, it is uncharted territory that we're going into, but it's for a 3-year period. This agreement does expire and can be withdrawn by either party on 30 days' notice.
Without cause.
So without cause. So we're not tying ourselves in to something that might have an unforeseen problem with. I'm more than happy to support this proposal and would offer a motion to approve the city entering into an agreement with the minor changes that were discussed and probably have been done already for approval. I make that motion.
Have a second.
Motion to table.
Hang on, I had a motion on the table, so let's see if that one gets a second. That one is,
I don't know, a motion to table's negotiable, debatable.
well, there was a motion made first. It was, I don't know the Roberts rules. Does that motion have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. That was, you second Commissioner, Vice Mayor's motion, right?
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. All right, so we had a motion and a second, and that was to approve with the changes that the city attorney sent out, which included hours and
Striking Holland Park.
striking the Holland Park, which was never in the language, but in the
And
in the
quarterly
heading.
reports
And the quarterly reports, et cetera. Okay, so I had a motion and a second. Before we move forward, city attorney, I don't remember anything in our particular rules of procedure about motion to table. Make sure I don't step on it here. Does that
I do have a
trump
little
a motion?
a cheat sheet that a motion to lay on the table or essentially postpone would trump the main motion. You guys can handle it either way. You do have a motion and a second if you want to take the vote. But we're not strictly bound by Robert's rules, but technically Commissioner Hartman is correct that motion would trump the main motion.
Okay. All right. We'll honor that. We had a motion to table. Does that one requires a second though, right? Okay. Do I have a second on the motion to table?
Second.
Okay. Motion to table. We had a second. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll on the motion to table this item.
On the question on the motion,
Sure.
is there a time certain?
I would like much more information as to who.
Meeting till January, till next week.
Next year.
Mayor, I'm going to withdraw my second.
Okay. So we had a motion to the table. I had some questions about specificity on that, which may or might not have impacted the second. Do I have a motion to second on the motion to table? He made the original motion, so I doubt it. He seconded that one, I doubt it. So motion to table fails for lack of a second.
So then we're back to
So we're
his
back to the
motion.
original motion, which had a second. City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Sacks? Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
No.
Commissioner McGurk?
No.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. Okay.
Good job on that, Mayor. I've got to tell you to remember all those different motions in second.
Motion fails. Motion to approve fails. So the item has not been tabled, it just fails. I will, go ahead. Do you have a comment?
So I would make a motion to accept this agreement with a one-year term with all of the things that were stipulated.
Okay, do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Sorry.
Provided that it's not impacted by the ECHO grant. That would have to be qualified prior to
The St. John's.
yeah, and St. John's.
Yeah.
Question?
Okay, hang on. We got a motion. I had a second. You're fine with all those clarifications, seconder?
Yes.
Okay, question on the motion?
After the motion failed, how do we have a second motion to reintroduce?
Well, he was on the.
Different motion.
It was a different motion, and he's on the prevailing side, so he can bring it back up.
Thank you.
And the item's still before us.
Yeah, the losing side can't just keep bringing it back up, but the prevailing side can. So I couldn't bring it back up, but he can. All right, we had a motion, we had a second. City Clerk, call the roll on that's same item, but for a one-year term. Now, we don't know whether it's acceptable to Brian yet, but we'll just get it on the table first, and then if it is not, then he can not sign if he wants to.
For clarification, I had provided not affected by St. John's River Waterman.
I believe it's that. So just making sure FDEP gave us an FCT grant. They have said okay to this. And I think that's the one we're referring to when we say St. John's.
Yeah.
So the ECHO grant would be the one we need to have them review it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say just a broad provision, if you're okay with it, motion maker, that just, that there's no conflicts with any other things tied to this parcel, that our city attorney would clarify that for us. We had a motion, we had a second. City clerk, call the roll for the one-year term on this agreement.
Commissioner Sacks?
No.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
No.
Mayor Owen?
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
Items approved for 1 year. If you don't want to do that, we can, you can.
Thank you. I appreciate the robust discussion. And,
It's always a robust discussion. Stay for the next item. It'll be even more robust. Item 8A, Brian. Let's see. This is a quasi-judicial public hearing for application on a CCSL construction number 3-19. Gentlemen, this is a time for ex parte communications. We'll start with the vice mayor. Any ex parte communications on this item?
None whatsoever.
Commissioner Sacks?
None.
I have none as well. Commissioner McGurk?
I'm sorry.
Ex parte on this item. This is the stairs.
None, thank you.
Just for the record, I'm close friends to the landscape architect who drew up the plans, but and he mentioned it, and other than that, nothing else.
Okay. Commissioner Sacks?
I'd like to make an amendment to what I just
Okay.
claimed about ex parte.
Okay.
I went to the site and took pictures and have pictures to present.
Okay, 2%, okay.
Yes.
So we'll all see that evidence. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Gary.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Brian, if you would state your full legal name, education, and professional background.
Brian Scott Field, education, Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering from the University of Maryland, Master's in Business Administration from the University of Florida. My position here is a Director of Development Services and Coastal Environmental Resiliency. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Florida. I have 24 years of experience in land development, engineering, planning, permitting, and public administration.
Thank you. Did Maryland get a bowl game, by the way? No? Sorry. UF did, though.
You had to bring that up.
3-9.
3-9. Oh, man. They'll get there. They stole a coach from Bama, so they'll be fine. All right. Does any member of the audience wish to question Mr. Fields on his qualifications? Seeing none, any objections to qualifying him as an expert witness in the area of land development? No objections. He's determined to be a witness in the area of land development and qualified to give opinion and testimony concerning these matters. Are you familiar with this application?
Yes.
Please state whether it's consistent with the comp plan and share your recommendation on this item.
Yes, staff believes it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. We are recommending approval. Just a brief overview, and the applicant's engineer is here as well. This is a request to construct a frangible staircase only over an existing seawall east of the city's coastal construction setback line at 2603 Hill Street. The house itself is under construction at this time. Site photos are included in the agenda packet, specifically Exhibit D. Kelly, if you could pull that up, please. Kind of shows a good picture of the existing seawall. So there's an existing seawall. It's been there probably 20 years or more. And there no, that's not it.
It has a blue paint.
In our agenda packet, Exhibit D. These are Commissioner Sachs's photos. I don't think he has one.
6, if you look at 6.
Seawall is approximately 5 feet in height, and the way the property is configured is there really would be no way down to the beach from the property other than installing some type of staircase. The alternative would be to walking around to the nearest point of public entry.
Go to slide 6, I think you were saying.
That shows the side view of it. You can see the seawall, which is that dark blue with the white trim. That's the side of it there. The proposed staircase would be in the front of that. So this is a little bit of a tricky one. As I mentioned, seawall's been there a long time. Seawall would not be permitted in its current location if it came in today, but it's there. It's not moving. So, you know, a frangible staircase on the outside of that on the property really would have no environmental or minimal environmental impact. As I mentioned, we'd have no other way to access the beach without that. So, and we do feel like it would have minimal erosion. So in evaluating this particular case, I think staff felt like the 9 criteria that's in the code for CCSL setbacks have been met or are not applicable. There is no vegetation that's really disturbed for this. There's no dune walkover. It's a seawall with a staircase similar to others in the area. Staff, we really couldn't find a precedent similar to this one to really lean on as far as how these have been interpreted over the years. So, we really didn't have that to go by. So we recommend approval with the following 2 conditions: that the staircase construction would be prohibited during the turtle season, and secondly, a building permit must be applied for within 1 year and obtained within 18 months of approval. Staff recommends approval with those conditions. I'm here to take any questions.
All right. Any member of the commission or the applicant wish to question Mr. Fields on his testimony? We'll start with the commission. Any member of the commission wish to question Mr. Fields?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Sachs.
I understand the word frangible. I have not seen it applied to a walkover. Have you?
Well, just a staircase, it'd be the term, it'd be fragile or destructible in case of severe wave action would just demolish the staircase.
So for my colleagues and for staff, I would like to share personal experience. And if you're looking at the exhibit with the blue wall, I hadn't been down to the beach for about 3 weeks and was shocked to find the extreme erosion. In fact, another exhibit shows a walkover, and you can see the water line coming about a foot up that walkover. A frangible walkover, I think in an extreme weather event, would break away and cause further property damage or harm to life down the line. So gentlemen, I understand this is allowed. But at the same time, if you look at all of the other exhibits, and I hope you do, you can see that this beach is severely eroded. In fact, where there are existing seawalls, it is eroded more because of the hydrodynamic effects. It looks like this last event we lost a foot of depth in beach and several feet in horizontal distance westward of the high water mark. It's just becoming very scary for me. We're losing our beach. It might renourish, probably not. And when are we going to start discussing our coastal setback? That is the preliminary reason for the reason I brought these exhibits for you to see, because we're going to keep approving and allowing structures to be built east of the coastal setback. That's what I wanted to share with you all.
Okay. Any other member of the commission wish to question Mr. Fields on his testimony? The applicant have any questions of Mr. Fields on his testimony? All right. If not, we'll now hear from the applicant if they would choose to present. Any witnesses they would like to present? Is the applicant here? Would you like to present? Okay. Is there any questions of the applicant for the commission, from the commission? Okay. All right, we'll now hear from members. It's a public hearing, so we'll hear from members of the public on this item. Any members of the public wish to testify for or against this? Seeing none, we'll close that. All right, no questions for those witnesses. All right, closing remarks from the city and the applicant. Brian, any closing remarks? My closing question, I guess, would be in light of Commissioner Sachs. I mean, I understand the concern. I guess I'm trying to parlay that down to this one staircase. I mean, I think what you said was clear, that if we were approving this entire thing, this seawall wouldn't be approved per our current CCSL. That's not how we would do business. What is the potential risk? I mean, in a storm event, the stairwell just basically breaks away. Is that the presumption? Is it?
I mean, it would take a significant impact, but it would be frangible. Ideas, it would just float away. And a lot of other things would if that happened in that area. So it's,
yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. That was my only question. Okay, no other questions? Applicant, any closing comments from the applicant? All right, this public hearing is closed. Is there a motion to adopt application number CCSL 3-19?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and a motion and a second. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Clody,
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk,
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks,
Regrettably, no.
Mayor Owen,
No. I mean, yes, I'm sorry. I meant to say yes. Yes. Yeah, it has been a long night. Yes. So it's 4-1 pass. Application 3-19 has been approved. It was on my mind because I hear you. I mean, I genuinely do. And if I thought this would make an impact, then I'd be all with you. And I think we talked at our last meeting about some large-scale CCSL type things. And if what was ahead of us or what was in front of us tonight was building that seawall, different conversation. I guess I don't think one stairwell is going to make a difference, but maybe, one straw doesn't make a difference is the feedback as well. But we're fighting that fight, so. All right, item B. Any ex parte communications on this one? This is the tractor supply item. So Commissioner Vice Mayor Colodi, any ex parte?
None.
Commissioner Sacks, any ex parte on this one? I drive by the site 70 times a day.
That's my line.
It feels like.
Yes, I've spoken to the attorney representing, and I have spoken to one of the realtor, Charlotte Smith, about it, and I've spoken to the developer, Scott, his last name, Scott Reams. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Hartman.
So I also spoke to those three individuals way back when the project was in the early stages, and also drive by there quite often.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess in the effort of full disclosure, I have talked to those individuals about the site. I don't think there's no evidence that they've presented that will not be presented tonight or be irrelevant tonight. So, I mean, that goes back in time. This is a long project, so.
While we're at it, I was on the planning board when this application came before it.
Okay, yeah. All right, we've fully disclosed. All right, we'll hear from the city. You're still under oath, Mr. Fields. Are you familiar with the application?
Yes.
Is it consistent with the comp plan? And share your recommendation, please.
Yes, it is, and staff recommends approval. This is the Tractor Supply final plat, just a status update on Tractor Supply. The site plan has been approved. As a Class 2 gets approved at the staff level. The building permit was recently issued, so the Tractor Supply building is moving forward. This is the final step for the site, which really divides the site into 4 lots. The Tractor Supply lot, 2 future out parcels closer to State Road 44, and a stormwater pond. It also dedicates lands on Corbin Park and State Road 44, Corbin Park Road to the city, State Road 44 to the DOT for additional improvements that are shown on the approved site plans. So the MDA for Tractor Supply allowed for the reconfiguration of existing 15 parcels and subdivision of the site as now shown in your agenda packet. And for the 3 lots and for the stormwater detention pond. The proposed plat complies with the requirements of the PUD, MDA, and/or city land development regulations for open space and tree preservation. One thing to note, that they meet the open space and tree preservation by utilizing some lands on those future front parcels. So in order to fully develop those parcels, and the applicant's aware of this, that they may need to bring in additional land at some point to join it with this project in order to maintain those requirements. So there's some restrictions that are there, tree preservation, open space. Does not affect Tractor Supply. That's moving forward. This is just for the future construction. Important to note, there are 5 historic trees on the site, and on this total 7.5 acres, none are proposed to be removed under the current development plans. And we do commend the applicant really working with us and the Utilities Commission to make some common sense adjustments to preserve the historic trees. One of them is a 50-inch oak that is being preserved. A review of this plat was performed by the city's independent surveyor, and as required by state statute, has been completed and approved. At the Planning and Zoning Board meeting on October 7th, the board voted 5-0 to forward a recommendation of approval. Staff recommends the City Commission approve it's called the Kennedy Park replat and addition, Tractor Supply plat, and authorize the mayor to execute the contract for plat recording.
Okay, any member of the commission or the applicant, we'll start with the commission, like to question Mr. Fields on the testimony?
Comment.
Commissioner McGurk?
Mr. Fields, I want to thank you and commend you and your staff for doing a great job. Keeping those 5 historic trees was certainly an issue. I know that was one of the reasons I was contacted. Phenomenal job. Glenn, you just, good job, but I don't want to give you too many accolades. Yeah. No, it was. And I want to also commend the UC on that. Again, I can't state that enough in terms of staff doing a great job on that. Thank you again, Brian.
Okay, questions
Yes.
for staff? Yes, Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brian, why are we calling it a replat and addition?
The Kennedy Park was the original plat that created 15 parcels on the property going way back. So if those lines are redrawn, it is considered a replat at this point.
And so the addition would be the additional homes to be purchased in the future, possibly?
The addition, Jeff?
There was additional property added to
I'm going to ask Chief Planner Jeff Gove to comment on the addition portion of the plat.
He's got to get sworn in real quick, Jeff.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
We actually suggested that title for the plat because previous to that, they kind of had a real nondescript title, and we knew the clerk from the county would require something that was somewhat distinct. So it was the Kennedy Park subdivision originally. They added additional property to that, and that's why the term "and addition" was added to that title.
That addition was county land, right?
All the property that's within the subdivision is in the city limits.
It is.
What they're contemplating adding is outside the city limits, and that's why that's not acted on now.
Was a TIA performed?
Yeah, that goes back to
It was
the
all
original PUD.
successful.
Right.
I appreciate what you've done with the trees, Glenn. And the water compensation, will that be, if that is all built out in the future with Tractor Supply and out parcels, will we have sufficient water containment in that?
Yes, stormwater ponds master plan for all 3 parcels.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the applicant? Of city staff? One question I had, Brian, you mentioned about to be able to meet all of the minimums and build out the out parcels, they may have to acquire additional land. Would that have to be contiguous to this, or is that, it would be, right? Yeah. Okay. They can only go one direction. I guess it's further back down Corbin. Okay. And then I'll probably hear from the applicant on this one. All right. Applicant, have any questions of staff on the presentation?
I will tell you that, this is somewhat of a complex project, especially with the Tractor Supply going first. But the bottom line is that we've already gone through the zoning, we've already gone through the platting, we've already gone through the building permit. Yeah. I'm sorry, not the platting, the site plan. The platting itself is a ministerial act. If you meet the criteria, it's usually granted. But I will tell you that I appreciate Brian bringing these issues up. They've done a great job of tying this together, and I do appreciate the UC in working with us on the tree, because that was not an easy issue. we had to go around that tree. And so, again, that's something that the client did, and so they put the cost into it, and they preserved that tree, as well as a tree, by the way, that was supposed to be gone on the other access point. They moved their access to allow for that as well, and staff has been great to work with.
Yeah, I noticed driving by it that I saw a bunch of the trees have been marked off, and I wasn't aware of all this behind the scenes. It hadn't been brought up to speed, so I was glad to hear that. So, okay, so I'm assuming you have no witnesses or anything to present. Any questions for the applicant? My question is on timing and specifically the turn lane improvements, the intersection improvements, not signalization, but I know we're adding a turn lane. Is that the very last thing to happen or the very first thing to happen? Please be first.
We required to be in prior to first certificate of occupancy, which is the Tractor Supply.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Because I will tell you, I mean, I live back in that area, so the people I've talked to, they were fans of it, not fans of it. But that turn lane is the one redeeming quality even to people that don't like the project, so that's important to us.
It's actually critical because people get backed up there.
Yeah. And hopefully, signalization is a whole other thing, and I know that the applicant has agreed to some potential funding if we're able to get that approval. So I know that's not on the table tonight, just putting that out there for the record, and I hope that comes through as well. So, all right, any members of the public wish to testify on this item? Seeing none, we'll close that. Any closing remarks by the city or the applicant? All right, any closing discussion by the commission? If not, do I have a motion on application S-1-19?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, city clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, ordinance 71-19, second reading and public hearing, would amend future land use of 152 acres known as Turnbull Trace Properties. We got to come up with another name for that, gentlemen. We'll talk about it Thursday. City Attorney, read the ordinance by title only.
Ordinance 7119, an ordinance amending the City of New Smyrna Beach Comprehensive Plan, changing the future land use designation of 152 plus or minus acres generally located between Pioneer Trail and Jungle Road west of Otter Boulevard from city medium-density residential, low-density residential, and conservation to city conservation, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps, providing for required transmittals, providing for public hearings, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date.
Okay, do we have a staff report, Brian?
Briefly, nothing new to add from the first reading that's made its way to the state and the other agencies, all approved, no comments. Staff recommends approval. The rezone was already completed, conditioned upon this future land use amendment passing. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, it's a public hearing. Any members of the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 71-19?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I don't know.
Congratulations.
All right, well, Jake's the motion maker, McGurk seconded.
Just a quick comment?
Sure.
If it's appropriate?
Yeah.
Do we have an Otter Park at this time? We have a Holland Park, correct?
It's Holland Park at Otter Lake.
We have Otter Boulevard.
It was going to be Otter Park, but the Holland family wanted to preserve the name. So it's Holland Park at Otter Lake.
But we don't have an Otter Park.
I would recommend Otter Park, if just
Turnbull
throwing it
Preserve
out there.
or Turnbull Preserve.
Turnbull Preserve.
I think we should.
Throwing names
I think
out
we
there.
should solicit some names from the public and let Phil have some fun with that and come up with some nod to the Citizens Park. How about that?
Get the youth council involved.
Yeah, get the youth council. So, all right.
A serious question. I'm sorry. I know we have.
No, go ahead.
Could you please define for us so we know what features that we're required by the people that supplied the grant? I understand there's some necessities of trails, other features. I would really like to know what we have to put on that, and a primitive trail for me would be essential. So I don't know how my colleagues feel about it.
I don't have that list in front of me, but we have that and can provide it.
Okay.
Okay, please. Thank you.
All right, we had a motion and a second on this item. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, ordinance 7119 is adopted. Ordinance 7419, second reading, public hearing would allow temporary banners on buildings over 35 feet. City Attorney will read the ordinance by title only.
Ordinance 7419, an ordinance amending the City of New Smyrna Beach Land Development Regulations, amending Article 2 definitions, Section 205 sign regulations definitions, amending Article 6 development design and improvement standards, Section 60412 signs to allow for temporary wall banners to be displayed up to 250 square feet on commercial buildings over 35 feet in height, providing for codification, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Okay, gentlemen, this has come back to us. This, you may recall, we had a lively discussion last time. I think staff incorporated the feedback to try to pull this back to really, really limited scope. So hopefully we can cruise through this one. Brian, anything to add to that?
Some minor clarifications from last time. It's restricted to the B6 medical professional, buildings over 35 feet in height, which would be measured from the existing finished floor elevation. Total banner area cannot exceed 100 square feet for each 100 feet of street frontage, and no single banner can exceed 250 square feet. Banners can only be displayed for a maximum of 60 days within a 12-month period, and again, it's prohibited for any residential uses, hotels, motels, condos, or assisted living facilities. I think we addressed all the concerns from the last discussion. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, so public hearing. Any members of the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public hearing. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I'll pause for a minute for any discussion. Seeing none, City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Sacks?
No.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ordinance 7419 is adopted. Item E, ordinance 7619, second reading, a quasi-judicial public hearing of an ordinance, which would allow it's an amendment to the Colony Park PUD to allow a car wash. City Commission will conduct this. Gentlemen, again, ex parte communications, starting with Vice Mayor Colodey. Anything to disclose?
A while back, I did discuss this with the attorney for the applicant, or the applicant, which I guess is the same.
Nothing to
Right there.
disclose.
Okay, nothing to disclose. I have met with the with representatives of the applicant, Mr. Storch Law Firm, and yeah, so that's it.
Likewise,
McGurk.
met with Glenn Storch and the representatives of the development, or the owner.
Same here. Met with them.
Okay, Mr. Fields, you're still under oath. You're familiar with this amendment?
Yes.
Please state what's consistent with the comp plan and
One
your
second.
recommendation. Sorry.
Read.
Oh, you didn't read it? Sorry, my bad.
Ordinance 7619, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the master development agreement for Colony Park Center, revising the building setbacks and permitted uses on Lot 4, authorizing the mayor to execute the Fourth Amendment to the Colony Park Center Master Development Agreement, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Go ahead.
Good.
Just a brief overview. This is the Fourth Amendment to the approved Colony Park Plan Unit Development Master Development Agreement. Those changes, brief summary as follows. I know the applicant is here. It allows a permitted use of car wash for the existing platted Lot 4 area only, which does not emit or produce noxious fumes or gases or emit noises in violation of the noise ordinance. It removes the currently permitted use of service station types A and B for lots 1 and 4, which are the only undeveloped lots on the PUD right now. Revises Lot 4, State Road 44 building setback from the current 45 to 79 feet to a proposed 75-foot minimum setback. Provides a conceptual development plan, landscape plan, building elevations, and a monument sign rendering for the proposed car wash. That Lot 4 monument sign, which they're only allowed to have one monument sign, shall be as depicted on the sign elevation as shown in Exhibit F. All other signage requirements in the MDA remain in place. The building elevations shall be as also shown in Exhibit F. We understand the applicant is going to present a very minor modification to the building elevation. If it's the one staff's seen, staff has no objection to these modifications. Regarding the conceptual development plan, the site does include 2 historic oak trees in the dry retention pond area. Those 2 trees will be protected if they are determined to be healthy. A retaining wall is proposed in that retention pond to allow those trees to remain essentially at their existing grade. From staff standpoint, the proposed car wash use is consistent with the other permitted uses on Lot 4. Staff believes that if the commission is inclined to allow or consider a car wash for this site, this one is done particularly well for car washes in a number of areas. In terms of the setback, the 75 feet, the landscape plan, the screening, the buffering, the rear access, they're not creating a new driveway cut on 44, the tree protection, as well as the building architecture, and you have a local established businessman who would be the owner-operator of the car wash. So, if the commission's inclined to allow it, I think this is one of the better ones that we would have. At the Planning and Zoning Board meeting on September 16th, the board voted 4-0 to recommend approval. Staff recommends that the requested Fourth Amendment be approved by the City Commission with following 2 conditions. Any approved changes tonight be incorporated into the MDA, and as well as Section 11 of the MDA be updated to preserve the original signage requirements. Just a little bit of confusion in that section. What's in the agenda packet in Section 11 describes the signage for Lot 4. There was no intention to strike all of the other signage requirements in the PUD that remain. Those need to carry forward, so we just need to clarify that. If you give us the liberty to make that change, we would appreciate it. Again, staff recommends approval.
Okay. Does any member of the commission or the applicant like to question Mr. Fields on his testimony? Any questions for Brian on his testimony from the commission first?
I've got some issues regarding the elevations. When would be a good time for that?
Do you want to wait and hear the applicants first, and then we'll, all right. So any questions for Brian? Nope. Applicant, any questions for Brian? Nope. All right, we'll now hear from the applicant.
For the record, my name, for the record, my name is Glenn Storch, and I represent the applicant in this case. As you know, this is a request for just a change of use. It allows for the car wash to be a use on this 2.3 acre parcel. It's the piece of property that it's not been built upon between right now it's between a small shopping center and the Aldi. We're proposing a Sporty's car wash, as we indicated. The nice thing is, as Brian has indicated, this is exceptionally well done as far as the car wash. It's a $4.5 million investment. It'll have state-of-the-art equipment. It has, it's only an automatic car wash. There are no self-service areas for car washing. It has tremendous water reuse and water conservation mechanisms as part of this, and that's one of the reasons why some of the equipment is so expensive. We have agreed to all the recommendations and suggestions the staff has provided to us as we're working through this process. And I think that's really important. It shows the caliber of my client in this case and how they've been working together to solve these problems. As we indicated, the access is only by a service road. There are noise reduction activities. And when this is done, it will also allow us to connect the sidewalk that's now along 44 that is fragmented. So the area that's in front of Molinex and the other area will now be connected to all the way over to the Home Depot area. I want to talk about Sporty's for a minute. I wanted Gordon to do this for me. It's locally based, and I think that's really important because not only is it locally based, but it works hard to be part of the cities. Gordon, can you come up and tell us how? And introduce yourself.
Going to have to get sworn in too because it's quasi-judicial.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks.
name is Gordon Hardwick. I am the owner and operator of Sporty's Car Washes. Been in the car wash industry for roughly 25 years in several capacities. A current member of the International Car Wash Association and the Southeast Car Wash Association, and have done so for the last 20 years. Current owner-operator of the sites. Worked as a broker in the car wash real estate industry for years, developing sites all across the southeastern United States. Consulted with many operators across that time frame, as well as a consultant in operations, layout of sites, etc. So very passionate about what we do, very serious about it. I did want to spend a couple of minutes, if I may, and just let you know that we are a community-based business. In the markets that we're currently in, we spend a great deal of our time. I have one individual that invests a great deal of time in going out into the community, into the churches and the schools and the other areas where we can help with fundraising within the community. Last year in our markets, we raised for other organizations in excess of $20,000. We donated in excess of $10,000 in washes to community-based organizations that wanted to do fundraising or things of that nature. We invest a lot of time in making sure we're involved in the high schools, the elementary schools, again, the churches, any nonprofit organizations want to help with fundraising. It's a dual purpose as well. One of the sensitivities I'd like to give everybody is that because of the type of equipment that we utilize, one of the biggest issues with coastal communities is the problem of washing on paved surfaces, whether it be fundraising washes or home washes where people are washing in their driveways. All of that water is going into the storm drains. With our concept and the time we spend trying to bring people out of their driveways and out of the fundraising and the parking lots, it allows us to get them to our facility where that water is reused. We recycle. Plus, we use about 40 gallons per vehicle to wash a car. If you wash that same vehicle in a fundraiser out in front of Burger King or whatever it may be, or in the driveway, they use every 5 minutes approximately 65 gallons. This isn't my math. This is International Car Wash Association information. So we conserve that water. Most importantly, what we utilize goes back through the sewer system, does not migrate out into the waterways, et cetera. So it's very healthy for especially coastal communities. There have been tons of studies done on that. So it is a positive benefit, so we focus a great deal of energy there. But just wanted to convey, we really, born and raised in DeLand, Florida, love New Smyrna Beach, very excited about becoming a part of this community and being here for a long time. So,
I did want to go over a few more things.
Sure.
Thank you. I should also point out that we have a number of neighbors around us on this site. We've worked with all of our neighbors, and they've all agreed to the proposed change to allow for this to take place. We also have tried to expand and improve our building. And so I think it's the elevation, if you want to talk about that, we can talk about that. Because although we had an original building that was approved by staff and was fine, we've worked to add to it some new Smyrna Beach flavor. We've added, as you can probably tell in your package, a metal roof, stone lap siding, stone veneer, things that would be great. Thank you. Those things that would actually add some character to the car wash building itself. Although you'll have extensive landscaping on the site, and again, we've agreed to all the landscaping. We can, in fact, also provide an agreement that we will maintain all of the as many of the mature palms on the site as possible. And we have confirmed with our engineer that the mature palms in the buffer area can, in fact, all be saved as part of what we're trying to do, as part of our landscaping. So hopefully that'll be helpful. This elevation shows a different color than you probably had before. It shows a natural stone color for the stone accents, and then grays for everything else as part of this with the tin roof. Is there any questions regarding, I should point out one more thing. The signage. There was a concern regarding our mascot. a zebra with a mohawk. Some folks did not enjoy that as much as others. That zebra has now been removed from any of the signage, and so that what you're seeing on your signage plan is exactly what we're proposing. The zebra will be in other places.
Okay.
Okay. Bottom line is, obviously, I think Sporties will be a really great addition to the city of Smyrna Beach.
All right, thank
You know,
you.
We have our entire team here to talk about any questions you might have.
All right. Questions for the applicant? We'll start with you, Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you, Mayor. Glenn, I spoke with you and the applicant in depth about a few different things. One was to maintain as many existing trees as possible.
Right.
I think it doesn't matter if it's a palm tree or an oak tree.
Agreed.
And so you addressed that issue, I think, in your discussion where some of the tall palms that were going to come out in some of the landscaping areas can be saved.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I also mentioned that you gave me a landscaping plan. I stressed to you I was not happy with the number of the projects, including Aldi and the apartment complex.
Yes.
Who knows, we won't get into whose fault it was, but you presented me a landscape plan that looks good. I like the setback off of State Road 44. The issue, we had 4 grays. We had gray stone, gray wall, gray lap side, gray roof, and gray window
That's correct.
covers.
That's been changed.
And, okay, what exactly, I mean, the materials, it looks good, except it was all gray.
We
What's been
took
changed?
the stone materials and turned that back into a natural a tan stone, so there's a contrast for the entire for the property.
Okay.
And by the way, that tan stone will also be used as the base for the signage.
Okay, Brian, is this, I'm throwing you on, I'm kind of putting you on the spot, but in terms of aesthetics, is this, are you happy with it? Is there anything we can do better in terms of aesthetics? I know we did the stone. I know that the applicant, in a moment of enthusiasm, said, I'll paint the window shutters red, and I said, no, we're not going to do that. Those can stay gray, but I want to make sure we're using nice colors to develop nice aesthetics. I like the fact that the stone is going to be a light tan. I think that'll look good with the gray, but is there anything else that you or staff?
I think we like the architecture, the location, the materials of construction. Colors are really subjective. It's really, if the commission's comfortable with the colors, then it'll be fine. We are comfortable with the renderings that were handed out as, complying with what we discussed before. Would emphasize, though, that this is just conceptual in terms of trees, and the site does need to be engineered, and, I think they can be in substantial compliance with this, but this is just a rendering.
And this does not come back to us as a site plan approval,
It
correct?
would not, that's correct.
Okay, is there a way that you can communicate with us if the landscaping plan
Yes.
changes in any measurable or obvious way, looking at it?
Yes.
Can you give us a heads up on that?
We hopefully will not be bringing it back with any changes in any way.
Okay. Thank you.
And I should point out that we've put a lot of effort into making this a real landscape plan based on the questions. That's a real tree survey. The trees that are being preserved are shown there, and the landscape plan. So I don't anticipate any changes really from what we are presenting for the site plan, except to expand the number of trees because of the agreement to maintain the palms.
Thank you.
Other questions of the applicant or the city by the commission? So let's pause there. It's a public hearing, so we'll hear from any members of the public that wish to testify on this item. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? This is your one and only chance, unless you're called by the applicant or the city. Seeing no members of the public, we'll close that portion. All right, any closing questions or comments by the commission?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
How many people will be employed?
Total employment for that facility is probably going to be in the neighborhood of about 20 employees. Typically, on an average day, we'll house 4, on an average day to 5 employees.
Will the, question for the applicant, will the, like the pay kiosk, for lack of a better term, that's kind of you got a couple of things that'll be highly visible from 44, and that's that front facade of the building, and then that pay kiosk is actually the closest thing to 44. What does that look, we have no renderings or anything of that. What does that aesthetically?
What are you talking about? Okay.
First of all, I think, and the staff may let you know, I'm more than willing to, if we need to do something in the way of landscaping to give everybody more comfort, we'll be more than happy to do that. But the aesthetics are typically for lack of better description, what you might see at some of your fast foods where you have the covering arch over the machinery. It's probably a piece of equipment about this size, roughly about this high, and there's 2 of those.
Okay.
But the goal, I would think, would be not to necessarily see that from 44.
Yeah.
And I think with the landscaping that we had planned for this, I don't think you're going to see that at 44, from 44.
Okay. All right, let me make sure I've hit all my checklist items. We heard from okay. Commission, it's your last chance to ask questions or of staff or the applicant, and then we'll close that portion and bring it back to the dais for discussion. But if you got things you need their input on, now's your chance to speak. Okay. Hearing none. Brian, I did just have one question for you all. Traffic impact, and especially as it relates to, I get that there's no curb cut on 44. That's a good thing. The negative to that is it pushes all that traffic out to Colony Park Road, which is already a problem. I'm on it routinely. So that doesn't necessarily fall single-handedly to this parcel. I get that. That's kind of an undue burden. But one of the criticisms that we get the most is, sitting up here is, we don't have a plan for infrastructure. We let all this growth happen, and then the traffic problems come, and we try to solve those post-mortem. So, what's the answer to that? What is our answer as a city team to that criticism of projects like this? To say, hey, you knew there's already a traffic problem at Colony Park. In a non-expert opinion, I mean, just as a guy that sits in the red light, what's the response?
With this particular PUD, this parcel was shown in the traffic study, I believe, as a high turnover sit-down restaurant, which would be a higher traffic generating use than what is proposed here. Car wash, a lot of trips in and out, but they have a very large percentage of pass-by traffic. Folks are out on that route and decide to get a car wash as opposed to say, hey, I'm going to go drive all the way across town to get a car wash. So that does minimize the number of new trips on the road because of this development. And again, it's less than that high turnover sit down. But to your point, Mayor, those trips are coming in and out of that driveway.
Yeah, I buy that pass through on 44, but not Colony Park. They weren't passing down Colony Park and deciding to get a car wash. They've now had to back up on Colony Park and even that other service road, I don't know what the name of it is, but that, the road this is going to empty out onto. I think we're creating a traffic problem there is my concern. And I don't think this is creating one. I think this is adding to an existing traffic problem. And I don't have a good plan to say, yep, here's how we're going to fix it. We don't, there's no traffic signalization improvements at that other spot,
Well, we do at final engineering evaluate the traffic, the turning movements for at least this particular project's impacts to determine what their impact is and what mitigation may be required. So our staff does get to review that in detail for this project.
Yeah, I mean, I like that it's a local business. I mean, my thoughts are, I like that I just spent some time on your website, which I actually hadn't done until now, but I didn't realize you were truly local to land Orange City area, so I really appreciate that. I like doing business with folks like that because they integrate into the community in a way that others don't. So I like that, but my concern with this one is we already have a problem there. This is going to compound that problem, and I think we owe it to citizens to have a plan first, to where we say this is what we're going to do we probably should be looking at not just the Colony Park 44 intersection, but the Colony Park Service Road intersection that crosses at the, kind of that'd be the south side in between kind of Murphy's and Home Depot, where that service road comes in, and then really goes all the way through the other side to the next road over by the next dealership over there. So, I don't know. I don't think we solve all that here tonight. So, anyway, that's all my questions. I'll save my comments. It's your last chance to respond to that. Go ahead.
And I did want to let you know that we have looked at that, and in fact, we looked at the idea of, first of all, as you know, we anticipate many people using the other access as they're coming and making a right turn in, and then coming up the service road. But secondly, you're right. We need to find some way of making sure there is no impact to Colony Park, and so we've already consulted a traffic engineer regarding this. We looked at the idea of a four-way stop at that site. And again, this is going to be dealt with during the site plan review process. This issue will have to be dealt with. So we will do that. And I've already got Jimmy to commit that if we need additional stop signs or other things, that he will go ahead and take care of that at that time. But we can't do a four-way stop at that location because it will restrict traffic coming into the area. So it's possible we may want to look at a three-way stop where there's a break that will then allow people to come out or go across. And so that's something we're looking at, and we're trying to figure out the solution. But we understand, again, this is actually a less traffic impact than you would have with many of the other permitted uses that are already there, including, by the way, they did the analysis on a sit-down restaurant. This allows for a fast food restaurant. So a McDonald's or a Checkers or something else, logically, you'd still have the exact same problems. People would still come in and use that. But you have in this group here a commitment to resolve this issue because they know that if this is not resolved, if there is a problem, you're not going to have repeat business. So we will work with the staff on solving that problem if there is a problem.
Okay. Brian, last question for you is, and sorry, we probably should have dialogued before, but again, my ruthers would be to go into it knowing the solution rather than this commitment that we'll figure it out, if and when. So although I trust staff, I trust even the applicant in this case, but what are your thoughts on that from an approval process? And it's just my thoughts, of everybody else may be fully on board, and it may not matter, but my ruthers would be we press pause, we do a little more due diligence on what are we going to do to solve that, and we come back with some true things. Is that fair from your vantage point, or should we let it? Are you comfortable that we can resolve it post-mortem?
I think it'll be analyzed through the design process. We can report back to the commission at a point of how we feel like that problem, what the extent of it is, and what can and is recommended to be done, and see if that's satisfactory to the commission before moving forward into really like final design and permitting.
But if we've already approved this, there would be no other, let's say we don't come up with something that's acceptable to the commission and or the public in that case. Has the ship sailed?
If site plan is approved, yes. But tonight is just the use.
Okay.
And with these renderings and conditions. So at site plan is when we really look at that traffic engineering in detail and have a recommendation that could be brought back to the commission if desired.
Okay. All right. And my last comment, no matter how this turns out, I do appreciate you looking at the logo. I think that the zebra is not going to be fan favorite here in New Smyrna, according to this guy at least. So, all right, we'll close the questions and public hearing part of this. So any discussion by the commission, and if not, do I have a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion, Vice Mayor.
I have no problem with the use. I really don't have any problem with the traffic, because if there are local issues, then it can be addressed the best it can at site plan approval process. I do find that the design that has been put forward, especially as it is on the Route 44 frontage, I wish we had this type of development in the past. This could serve as hopefully a model for future development along the highway.
Okay. Any other
Before you vote,
discussion?
if I could just clarify that the motion
Sure.
includes the incorporating the changes as passed out tonight, as well as the text changes to section 11 as discussed.
Yes.
Is that acceptable to the motion maker? Yes. And
Yes.
seconder, yes. Thank you, Brian. Really appreciate that. All right, any other discussion by the commission on this item? Okay, we had a motion and a second. City Clerk, if you would call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Colodey,
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk,
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks,
No.
Mayor Owen.
I'm a no, but it still went through, but there's previous concerns. All right, Fourth Amendment has been approved. Thank you for your efforts and look forward to it. Brian, keep an eye on that traffic. Thank you. F, ordinance number 7719, second reading public hearing would amend the bed and breakfast regulation and add some definitions. City Attorney, read the ordinance by title only.
Ordinance 7719, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the land development regulations, amending Article 2 definitions, Section 201, general definitions to revise bed and breakfast homes and to add container or shipping container building and shed structure, amending Article 5, Section 50402, specific regulations by district to change the permitted use of bed and breakfast homes to a conditional use in the BBH, bed and breakfast homes districts, providing for codification, providing for public hearings, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Okay, staff report.
Just minor updates, to the bed and breakfast definition, we clarified that it requires serving at least one prepared fresh meal per day for the lodgers. And then just to follow up on the shed and container structure, our intent was to, for efficiency, to introduce these, but let me just clarify why we did shed. We added a shed definition. So the LDR says if you have a shed, you're entitled to a reduced setback in the rear or side. However, we didn't have a definition of what a shed is. So you have the potential of larger accessory buildings, garages. Folks may be able to call them a shed and take advantage of that reduced setback when it really wasn't intended. It's only intended for the smaller structures. We have been enforcing a 200 square foot definition of shed in the building department for a long time. That is not written down anywhere, so we're uncomfortable with that. The intent here is really just to establish that definition for a shed, only to take advantage of that reduced setback. So it's 200 square feet. We set a height limit of 12 feet. The height limit could be higher, could be eliminated entirely. We would recommend holding to 200 square feet. It does not affect the ability to have a larger accessory building, which would have to meet the normal setbacks on the property. So hopefully that's clear on sheds. That was just a very simple intent. Container structures, right now we have no definition. Somebody could come in with a container structure if it meets building code, and that could be a permanent storage building. I'm talking about the steel shipping container, kind of unsightly. So what this does, it establishes a definition and prohibits them as permanent buildings in the city, at least until such time the commission wanted to have a more formal policy on container structures. This does not affect in any way what are called modular homes, really the tiny homes, manufactured homes, which are completely different from the container structures. Those are permitted today. Those are not affected by this. So just want to add those clarifications here for any questions.
Okay, any questions? Actually, this is a public hearing. Any members of the public on this item? This public is dwindling. I'm just making sure you are still awake out there. So.
Some of you look like you're sleeping.
All right, trust me, we all want to wave the white flag. All right, no members of the public wish to speak on this item. Questions or comments for staff? I heard Commissioner Sacks, and I'll come to you, Commissioner Hartman. Go ahead.
Brian, we currently have a container or more on some properties, commercial venues I can think of. Are they legal?
Those are temporary. Those do get permits for those. If they extend their stay beyond, sometimes code enforcement has to take action.
And I hope hope they are following up on that. I've seen one for quite a long time. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, yeah.
My question on the containers, what exactly is permanent? Is there a definition for permanent?
It would have to meet Florida building code as a permanent structure, so it has to be essentially strapped down in some way to meet wind loading. The temporary ones that Commissioner Sachs mentioned, they leave it in the driveway, it's not anchored in any way, that's non-permanent.
So some of these on the construction site where the apartments on 44, if this was going to be a 2-year or a 3-year project, I mean, they wouldn't be able to use those as office space.
Construction trailer.
Like on a major construction site where they're using a shipping container as kind of basically working out of it, whether that's permitted.
Or whether they use it as an office, they could use it as office space.
We're permitting those as construction trailers, is how we would do that, and that's the format of it, which is a form of temporary structure. This is more referring to the container being basically a storage building in somebody's backyard. So you can do a temporary, which is a maximum of 90 days, but if you wanted it to be a permanent building, it would have to be anchored currently. And what this would do is would prohibit that from a permanent building.
All right, under this shed structure, it says anything under 200 square feet. If I have a 10 by 20, that leaves me out, that's 200 square feet.
Yes.
So anything under a 10 by 20 then, so.
Under 10 by 20, you can take advantage of those 5-foot setbacks.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay. Vice Mayor, is it? Okay, go ahead.
I just want to point out, there is one additional provision that makes all bed and breakfasts a conditional use, which is very important. So I fully support these changes.
Okay. All right. My only comment, I just showed a couple of the commissioners some Google images of shipping container homes. Yes, they can be unsightly. They can also look classy. I'd be proud to live in some of them that I see on Google Images. So I'd love to see us revisit that at some point, but I'm okay with this as proposed. Staff's put a lot of time into it. I think it's helping them more than anything. So do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 77-19?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner Hardman?
No.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Sachs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ordinance 77-19 is adopted. Brian, the one comment, I meant to go back to it and just forgot, but I think Hartman was kind of probing on this. 10 by 20 is a pretty common shed size. I feel like we should have done like a 201 feet or something,
Maybe
just to
200,
plus, put a little plus or minus on that and just.
up to 220, to give it another foot. I mean, it's really,
Yeah, I just,
Actually, no, I think 10 by 20 would be too big.
so 2 big is where you were going, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, all right, well
especially
then,
with the height limits.
then you gotta roll out a lot of 10 by 20s, so, or all of them. All right, so that item was adopted. All right, so the gentlemen, we're at 10:01. We've got 3 different items which are straightforward. We've got board and commission, city manager's report, and I have one item we gotta talk to, which is sales tax. It's gonna take a minute. I say all that to say, do we wanna take a quick break, or do we wanna try to power through? All right, I hear a quick recess. It's 10:01. We'll be back by like 10:05. Meeting back to order. Carrie, you are on.
All right. Ordinance number 8119, an ordinance annexing into the city of New Smyrna Beach 2.5 plus or minus acres of property located on the west side of South Glencoe Road, north of Cone Lake Road, addressed as 2565 Glencoe Farms Road, providing for redefining boundaries of the city, designating the property within Commission Zone 4, providing for public hearing, providing for required filings, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Ordinance 8219, an ordinance of the city of New Smyrna Beach amending the comprehensive plan, changing the future land use designation of 2.5 acres of land located on the west side of South Glencoe Road, north of Cone Lake Road, addressed as 2565 Glencoe Farms Road, from Volusia County Rural to City Rural, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps to show the area incorporated into the city, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Ordinance 8319, an ordinance of the city of New Smyrna Beach rezoning 2.5 plus or minus acres of property located on the west side of South Glencoe Road, north of Cone Lake Road, addressed as 2565 Glencoe Farms Road, from Volusia County RA Rural Agricultural Estate to City RA Rural Agriculture Estate, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Ordinance 8419, an ordinance annexing into the city of New Smyrna Beach .76 plus or minus acres of property located on the west side of Corbin Park Road between Swoop Drive and Juanita Drive, addressed as 1086 Corbin Park Road, providing for redefining boundaries of the city, designating the property within Commission Zone 4, providing for public hearing, providing for required filings, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Ordinance 8519, an ordinance of the city of New Smyrna Beach amending the comprehensive plan, changing the future land use designation of .76 plus or minus acres of land located on the west side of Corbin Park Road between Swoop Drive and Juanita Drive, addressed as 1086 Corbin Park Road, from Volusia County urban low intensity to city low density residential, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps to show the area incorporated into the city, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Ordinance 8619, an ordinance of the city of New Smyrna Beach rezoning .76 plus or minus acres of property located on the west side of Corbin Park Road between Swoop Drive and Juanita Drive, addressed as 1086 Corbin Park Road, from Volusia County R4A Urban Single Family Residential Airport Overlay to City R2A Single Family Residential Airport Overlay Zoning District, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Ordinance 8719, an ordinance annexing into the city of New Smyrna Beach 2.5 plus or minus acres of property located on the south side of Glencoe Farms Road, west of South Glencoe Road, north of Cone Lake Road, providing for redefining boundaries of the city, designating the property within Commission Zone 4, providing for public hearing, providing for required filings, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Ordinance 8819, an ordinance of the city of New Smyrna Beach amending the comprehensive plan, changing the future land use designation of 2.5 plus or minus acres of land located on the south side of Glencoe Farms Road, west of South Glencoe Road, north of Cone Lake Road, from Volusia County Rural to City Rural, providing for amendment of the associated comprehensive plan maps to show the area incorporated into the city, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing an effective date. Ordinance 8919, an ordinance of the city of New Smyrna Beach rezoning 2.5 plus or minus acres of property located on the south side of Glencoe Farms Road, west of South Glencoe Road, north of Cone Lake Road, from Volusia County RA Rural Agriculture Estate to City RA Rural Agricultural Estate Zoning District, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
All right. Feel like we should give her a hand or something. Yes. Okay, so that was ordinances 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, and 89-19. Those will all be heard again at a second reading of public hearing on January the 14th, 2020. Yes, all of those will be at that second reading of public hearing.
I just had one question.
Sure.
One piece of property doesn't have an address. When did they actually give it an address? Only, do you know, or?
I don't know exactly, but
Okay.
Permit needs to be issued, needs some
All right.
address.
Okay. All right, Animal Control Board, boards and commissions. It's composed of 5 members. The board must consist of a veterinarian, a representative of the Humane Society, 2 animal owners, and a citizen who does not own an animal. The current board, we have the licensed veterinarian, we have the Humane Society, we have the 2 animal owners. So what's missing is a citizen who is not an animal owner. We've got 4 applicants, but only one of whom is a non-pet owner. That's Alfred Forkhammer. It should be noted he was a past member, but there was some confusion over whether he was actually within or without of the city limits. But we have confirmed, and he is within the city limits. He does not own a pet, and he is the only applicant that has met the criteria needed for that. So we really have 3 options ahead of us right now, gentlemen, is we can appoint Mr. Forkhammer to serve. We can waive the requirements and appoint one of the other applicants, or we can delay this and wait for other applications. So what is the commission's pleasure? Somebody make a motion.
Well, I would make a motion to appoint him.
All right, we have a motion to appoint Mr. Forkhammer. We have a second. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner McGurk.
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks. Yes. Vice Mayor Colodey.
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman.
Yes.
Mayor Owen.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Forkhammer has been reappointed to the Animal Control Board. Mayor and Commission reports. We'll begin with the Vice Mayor.
2 very brief things. First, I would like to commend the owners of the public shopping plaza down on 3rd. They replaced and upgraded all their landscaping, and it's really a civic improvement. So I would just like to say that in the public. Second thing is, and it was alluded to many hours ago, regarding Turnbill development, I think we should authorize our staff to start working on a plan to implement the requirements of our purchase, specifically with the paths and access to the waterway and perhaps a dock.
I have no issues with having staff working on that plan and putting a timeline and proposed costs and all those things together. Any concerns from the commission on having staff do that?
I believe they're already working on it.
Probably. That was my guess, yeah.
I just want to make sure it doesn't get left along the way.
Thank you, and thank you. Commissioner Sacks has been on top of that as well. So, all right. That's it?
Thank you. Yes.
All right. Commissioner Sacks.
Thank you, Mayor. Last night I attended the session on, the word escapes me, planning. Thank you all. The strategic planning session. It was a good turnout with about 30 people. And I got into some discussions with people with concerns about growth, as we talk about almost every day at the dais. I'm concerned we're turning into the exurbs, which is pretty dense suburbs. And the talk, the urgency was for the preservation of wetland. That was part of the discussion. And I would like us to go forward, all of us, keeping that in mind. Preservation of wetland. If we don't preserve it, when those storm events occur, the waters will rise, and any areas that could hold water will not. They will spill out, spill over onto properties. I see the potential on Saxon Avenue with the new growth there. I see the effects of what's going on out near the Geosam project, Coastal Woods, and the effects it has on the Isles of Sugar Mill. So we really need to have serious discussions about how we're going to contain water, how we're going to preserve the wetlands. I believe that wetlands are one of the inexpensive ways that we can protect ourselves and be resilient. It's not an easy discussion to have because it usually involves money. I mean, how are we going to attain these wetlands? We may have to buy them or seek funding. And it scares me to hear that the lands north of the Marine Discovery Center, there's a parcel there for sale and possible development. I do see that coming. A lot of people say, oh, no, never. But usually in 5 years, you'll see it. So those are my concerns about growth. I still would like to have serious discussions about backflow preventers and also baffle boxes to protect our waters and to protect our lands. The backflow preventer will prevent storm waters from rising into the communities, and the baffle boxes will protect the overflow and outfalls of all the street water and storm water that runs into the Indian River. These are ways we can protect ourselves. We should do them. They're not tremendously expensive. Let's get started on a program to do that. In the manager's report, through no fault of his, there was a item which I'm sure you all saw. It seems the private space industry is again wishing to come back to Shiloh. My interest in Shiloh is that it is a reserve. It is preserved for animals. It is preserved for open space. It is not preserved for a spaceport. And there are agencies afoot that wish to come back and do it again. The environmental impact studies were never complete from the first time. And so I think those agencies, which include the county, which are supposed to be conservationists, and in fact, one of the members of the county council is on the Indian River Lagoon Council, but they're also on the space, it's a new agency, some space agency, along with some prominent attorneys in town. They wish to take Shiloh and make a spaceport out of it. Now, it's one thing to have industrial space lands around Oak Hill, that's their prerogative, but Shiloh, that is within the Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge, the Canaveral National Seashore, all of that will be endangered because you have one accident, and I could show you, just go ahead and YouTube rocket blast off accidents at Kennedy Space Center, and you'll see what type of damage that can do. You'll see what harm it can do to our community and our environment. So I, personally, not as a member of, not representing this commission, will be very vocal, and I'm sure I will lead a cadre of people that will oppose this effort, and I hope you join me. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Commissioner McGurk, next up.
Thank you, Mayor. Jake, I'll touch on your issue of wetlands. So I plan to certainly voice my opinion at the Thursday strategic visioning that we keep talking out of both sides of our mouth. We want to preserve wetlands. We want to talk about affordable housing, but we don't like the way the houses look in coastal woods. So one of the things I hope to accomplish is find common ground that we can actually make progress on going forward. Because we talk about how we want to help the homeless, but then they're all here. We have a major homeless problem in this town that's about ready to explode. So we can't do, you really can't, it's going to take our leadership to make sure that we're not just appeasing people by what we say. And I plan to hit those issues and that concept hard at strategic planning. Mayor, your mention about the traffic regarding the car wash, I agree 100%. Same thing that happens with Walmart on that access road on the west side of it. It backs way up. I can tell you in the many years I've been with planning agencies as a citizen or as an elected, I can tell you that the plan is to back it up on the private properties, keep the roads open, arterial roads. That's not necessarily always a good thing. We talk about curb cuts, not having them. Problem is that concentrates all that traffic onto one spot. So the irony is this. I found over the last, say, 3 to 5 years, taking US 1 to Daytona was actually faster than taking Nova Road, which is a beautiful, sprawling, wide open road with all the latest and greatest technologies. And when I finally browbeat transportation experts on this, I got them to concede that movement of traffic is not their number one goal, it's safety. So it does actually take longer to get up to Daytona on Nova than US 1 that has all the curb cuts that we're trying to avoid. I don't feel more safe on Nova than I do on US 1. So going back to, we have these experts who are telling us what's the best practices, and I'm not so sure that they're not. Sometimes I think they're not always right, so sometimes we may need to challenge some of these issues. And finally, what I want to say is I want to give a huge shout out to, everybody, code enforcement, the police department, city staff. We had an ongoing issue for years on a street called Kennard, a code enforcement issue. And so many people, the attorney's office, Chris, really put some work into it. Everybody really worked hard to try to get this thing resolved, and we did. We got in there, we cleared this property out. Unfortunately, the person will probably just bring more stuff back. But what a fantastic effort. And I want to thank everybody who was involved in that. That was a huge success for code enforcement, which, of course, you guys get beat up a lot on what we don't see done. So huge win for us on that issue. And I'm hoping, along with the homeless, we're going to tighten up maybe get some ordinances passed that help us get some of these things accomplished a little more aggressively and quicker in the future. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Before you go, Randy, it's 10:22 by ordinance. We have to extend the meeting beyond 10:30, right? Did I get that right? All right. So do I have a motion to approve extending the meeting not to exceed 11 p.m. is the latest we can go, I believe, right?
You can do 2 15-minute increments, so to 10:45, and then if you still need
We
another
can't just
one,
all day go to.
you guys can do whatever you want.
That's right. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the meeting not to extend 11 p.m.?
So moved.
All right. City Clerk, call the roll.
All right.
Vice Mayor Colodey?
Yes.
Commissioner Sacks? Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Thanks.
Boy, it'd have been nice to voice vote that, but all right.
All right. Thanks, staff and the vendor for all the hard work they did out at Pettis Park. It really looks nice. They did a pretty good job. If you haven't been out there yet, you guys should go out and look at it. Again, staff's participation, police, fire, Nancy, leisure services, everybody at the parade. I think everyone enjoyed the parade, including those in the front who were tossing candy and huge armloads. So thank staff for all their hard work on that, and especially those who followed up the next day with the cleanup. I know Linda's group was involved with that. I know our staff was involved in that. So thank everybody on that, and wish you all a happy holidays if we don't see each other formally.
Thursday.
But
Gotta
for
be here.
those out there in the audience, hope you have a happy holidays, and we'll see you next year.
All right. So I have a couple of things. Commissioner Hartman stole some thunder on the parade, but yeah, a hearty thanks to all involved, especially though the citizen groups and volunteers that followed up after. The next morning, they organized a cleanup and went behind, and we've already got an email. I think she sent it to all of us. So we all have an email in our inbox from Linda with some suggestions about making improvements last year. I've skimmed it, and it seems like some good ideas. So yeah, it was a great success. Heard rousing things. I think our parade is something to be proud of, something we can build on. So yeah, very excited about that, and thanks to all involved for making that a special thing for our community. Another thing, save the date, February the 20th next year is what we're penciling in for the State of the City address. So that will be for New Smyrna specific. That'll be held here at our Brannon Center. And we got some neat things planned. I hope it'll become one of the must-attend events in the city. It's not just going to be me standing up and talking about the city. It's going to be truly kind of a community-oriented event, recognizing some leaders in the community, longtime leaders, things like that. So staff will talk to each of you all. It's not something we'll ever vote on, so I'll be careful. I'll work under Carrie's advisement, but I may talk to each of you about some stuff because, again, it's not something we'll ever vote on, but we may coordinate, presentation type stuff. So, but again, I'll work closely with Carrie to make sure we all stay out of Sunshine's violations. So, the last thing I wanted to touch on was the sales tax, the half-cent sales tax that had come up for vote last May or whenever it was. That has come back amazingly. It came back up at the mayor's roundtable. I spoke on behalf of myself last time, not on behalf of the entire commission. So I do want to, though, be able to speak with authority on behalf of the commission to the public, to other electeds at that roundtable. So I'd love to just we don't have time for a deep discussion, but basically what I've heard kind of rumbling is, trying to push and get this back on the this coming up ballot in 2020. What some at the roundtable brought up was, me included, was I think that's a giant mistake. And I think at a minimum, if this comes back up, it should come back up in 2022. And we got a lot of things to address between now and then, including the trust and the process we go through to do it. I thought it was, anyway, it doesn't matter. But so I guess I just want, again, to be able to speak on behalf of the commission on this with authority. So let me put the question this way. Is there support from the commission? We'll just go down the line. Would you support bringing it back, trying to push to get this back on a 2020 ballot? Commissioner Hartman. Actually, okay, yeah. Commissioner Hartman?
No.
Commissioner McGurk?
With no discussion, no.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Sachs?
No.
Commissioner Vice Mayor Colodi?
No.
Okay. So you mentioned with no discussion, I guess, would there be anything that would make that what type of thing, what hurdles would we need to clear to where that would be?
I think that, in my opinion, they need to intelligently figure out why the voters have denied it, and I think they need to have a better plan in place before they bring it forward, whether it's 2020, 2022, or 2024.
Yeah, which is pretty much what I said.
I think I see a dysfunction of people, some leadership who are simply denying, putting their head in the sand and saying, they don't want to face the facts.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what I said.
We tried to rush it last time. It didn't work. So rushing it again is not going to work again. And I think you're just going to make the voters even madder.
Couldn't agree more.
Really, before they bring that back up, they got to visit the gas tax issue and bring in electric vehicles and try to make that more current.
Okay, it's good feedback.
That would be more important.
It's good feedback.
Possibly establish some trust between the electeds and the residents.
And so my comment that I made at the roundtable was to a pretty silent room. I was one of the few that stuck their neck out to speak, and maybe I shouldn't have, but basically that's what I said. I said, look, the vote, I don't think the voters so much, there's no denying the needs. I mean, everybody can see the needs. So I don't think the voters denied the need. They denied the people who brought this to them. That's what got denied. And if we don't accept that, and if the same people bring it back in 2020, I agree with you. I think I think people who voted for it last time would vote against it this time if it's not improved. So that's my sentiments exactly. So I just want to make sure we were all on the same page. I don't speak on behalf of the commission a lot, but in this case, I did want to just be able to speak with some authority if it came back up, because this is something that they look for, kind of all the cities to come together on and have a unified stance.
And let me quickly articulate what I think is the problem.
Okay.
Cities want to be able to take a pool of money and start spending it around. What the people want to see is, if they're going to get taxed, we're going to identify specific projects that are going to get fixed so they can tangibly live with it, see it, and feel it, what their tax dollars went to, as opposed to getting a tax and kind of having this broad view of transportation and water quality. No, and the people don't trust that. They want to see tangible, real progress in what they're paying, what they say they're paying taxes for.
Yeah, I mean, the Turnbull bond initiative approved, especially here in New Smyrna, and I honestly don't know whether the tax passed or failed here in New Smyrna off the top of my head. I just can't recall, but it failed here. Yeah. So our community's proven, I mean, that they're willing to tax themselves for conservation measures. I mean, they didn't get any, technically didn't get any direct benefit like they would the road in front of their street being, the road in front of their house being paved like they would potentially with the sales tax. So it's not about the money in a place like, for our community, I can say, I don't think it was about the money. I think it was about broader things. So, all right, thank you all for that guidance, and my hope is that will go away at least for a little while, but now I can speak on behalf of this commission on that item. So, yeah, that's it. City manager report.
Make it short on the report itself. It's self-explanatory. The mayor made a good presentation with the legislative committee at the city of DeBerry. The 4 projects that we presented, they're listed in the CM report. Follow up, the office of Senator Tom Wright asked us to come in and give him some more brief on these 4 projects, in which we went to his office and we did. The other item on the list is to talk about Airgates. Airgates is a business that has been at the airport for the past 9 to 10 years, a successful business. They recently they had an ownership transfer coupled with the hurricane at the Bahamas that has affected the business financially. They're behind on their rent. I spoke to you individually about that. The owner made a payment for the month of December. One issue was raised is about the sales tax. The owner feels that the business should be sales tax exempt. So we met with the owner several times. The last meeting was today. The owner, I have asked the assistant city attorney and the finance director to work with the owner and to see, where we're at in terms of the sales tax exemption. If for a fact that he has a sales tax exemption, that might cover what he owes with us. If not, by January 14th, which is the first meeting in January, the owner and I will be meeting before then, and we'll come back to you with a plan. So the owner is here in case if you have any questions. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, we'll take comments on that in a minute. I was going to just say one thing to lead it off. I asked Kyle to bring this up. Obviously, we don't love airing dirty laundry of local business owners, and this one has been through some stuff. But I thought it was important that we have kind of transparency on what was happening, and that we, if you have concerns or issues, you can talk about that here, or of course individually with Khaled. But my default stance is we have a good business partnership with someone who's been a good community partner and been, my understanding is, have had no prior issues like this over the past 9 to 10 years. So this truly is extenuating circumstances. And in my private life, these are the kind of people you step up and you work together as partners through extenuating circumstances. So that's my stance, and I like the approach staff has taken. Vice Mayor, yes.
I agree with it, all that. I would like to see all the arrears taken care of and addressed by the end of our fiscal year. With regard to the sales tax, those monies were collected and turned over to the state. So once this issue is resolved, I don't know whether any credit should be granted on behalf of the city. I think it should work through the state on that. I look forward to getting a legal opinion.
Yeah, we'll have to get some legal guidance on that, on who's, we certainly don't have the money. We've remitted it to the state, but as to who, how to get it back from the state is a whole different issue.
That's why we have the city attorney's office and the finance director working with the owner, and we'll get it resolved hopefully before the next meeting.
Yeah.
Are we going to have that resolve? Are we going to have an answer resolve that sales tax issue by the first?
That's what we're hoping for. We're hoping that we will have an answer for you before the next meeting.
Okay, and I would be remiss to point out that not having an issue like this has never happened is not entirely accurate. We haven't had an issue like this with this ownership. We have had an issue like this with that company. So I want to clarify that in the past.
Okay, good clarification. Okay. Any other comments on city manager's report?
Yes.
Vice Mayor, yes.
One comment. Going back to what Commissioner Sachs brought up about the space project down in the South Shiloh, I certainly don't support that either. But there was a nice report in there concerning the space industry, and that went through and promoted certain properties that were in Ormond Beach and Daytona, so on and so forth. No mention of our 104 acres that sits along the railroad track, and I think it was remiss that that was left out of that report, and I would like to see Tony Otti speak to them and address that.
Tony and I, we talked today, and we're going to go back to Team Volusia to that one, and the county as well.
It might have been an oversight, but it was a big one from our standpoint.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
Frequent oversight, if I may add that.
Yeah, okay. You know, we can each take our own approach, but I think as a body, obviously, you know, I got enough problems in my backyard within our city limits. So I think biting off and taking strong stances on stuff happening miles away is probably not the best use of our time and energy and political capital, but that's just my 2 cents.
I agree. My concern is that we were left out
Yeah,
of
no,
that report.
I agree with that concern for sure, and that's something that we will take up with Team Volusia, and Tony needs to be on top of. So, anything else on the manager report? City clerk's report?
Yes, I have one thing. I am very happy to announce the hiring internally of Jerry Hall. She's our new assistant city clerk, and her first day commences this coming Monday, December 16th. So,
Excellent.
thank you all.
Congratulations to you and to her, and not to the finance department. Poor finance department has to go find somebody else. All right, city attorney report.
No report tonight, thanks.
All right, no other business. This meeting is adjourned.